Hey, I'm back. I'm back for more. I wasn't destroyed by the earlier stream. I wasn't overwhelmed, exhausted, etc., etc. I am back for more. I'm just finishing up though some foods between streams, so I might have to not mute. Might have to turn the camera off for a second or two. But I want to set up today's the stream plan for our second stream today. I want to focus on refinements because I think I've finished making changes and rewriting the scripts for these NPCs. They all do what they're expected to do, including George, who goes out there and combats the slimes. I just have not cleaned it up, and there are a few loose ends I want to cover. So one of those loose ends was we're not executing completion scripts when NPCs finish traveling. Also, I noticed that, what was it? There's add a script callback when actually maybe it's the same thing, because a guiding could be a form of traveling, so maybe there's one and the same thing. But one of the bugs I noticed, which is kind of humorous, is if I pick up George here and I put him deep in the maze way back here, and then he starts pathing back. If I put him anywhere else in the game, I put him here, he keeps teleporting back to the path that he's on. So right now, the NPCs will doggedly follow the path, even if it means teleporting to the next space. What should happen is if I move George off to any place that he wasn't on in the last step, I think he should, well, let me think about this. I think it should just cancel the current pursuit. I think that makes sense, because if the pursuit was to chase something, then it'll get reevaluated in his new spot. If it's to return to the anchor, we'll reevaluate that. And if it's traveling, that we'll reevaluate that with a new path find. So, yeah, I think we want to cancel pursuit if NPC moved unexpectedly, or NPC position changed unexpectedly. So pardon me as I eat while I'm setting up the stream. Let me set up. This is what I was doing at the end of last stream. I think we're going to say fine-tuning the game's NPC scripts. Yeah. Okay, what else do I want to do here? I think we'll start with these two, and I'll discover what I want to do after I get those two done. Hey there, hashtag. First ever coding was on a mud. Oh, nice. Hello, by the way. I think it was coded in C. Mine's coded in a couple different languages. Most of it is in C++, but a growing amount of it is in Lua, just because it's so easy to go into here and do things quickly. Whenever I make a change here, it's instantly uploaded to my game. But yeah, this is probably a lot different than the MUDs that you've coded on. This one is based on an entity component system. So, for example, we're looking at George, the NPC here. These are his components, and he shares a lot of the same components as background tiles do. So tile and position. George also has a tile and a position, and the composition of each component is a JSON object, so just a generic data structure. And so that's probably a lot different than how things were coded in the past. Hey there, Spicy Condiment. So welcome, everybody. This is the second stream that I'm doing on Fridays. I usually stream only once per day, skip Thursdays, but Friday is a 2-stream day. And I'm going to see if I can actually keep that up. It's a little bit aggressive because I ended up doing 7 hours instead of my typical 4. You're going to continue along with coding until you realize you had to take Calc 2 before you can get your associates? Yeah. School degrees require concentration, that's for sure. Hey there, Nui. Welcome back. Okay. So let me demonstrate a few of the things that I've gotten to work in this Lua script. For example, this NPC act, is sort of the master script for all NPCs. And the first thing that happens in the script is it notes if the NPCs interact with any players, we forfeit the turn. So to demonstrate that, let me go into the window where I'm logged into the game. If I can find that, here it is. Let me go down to where George, the NPC, is. Where was he? It's around the corner. All right. If I talk to him, I can say, what's your name? What's your job? Guard? What does that mean? Peasant? You're a peasant, are you? No. Where are you? I'm the GM. Oh, really? Why haven't you paid me yet? Ah, ha, ha. Anyway, while we're talking to him, George now cannot move. So even if he was on his way back to, from one place to another, he's going to freeze in place. So that's this return statement. If we're not interacting with him, then the next highest priority is attacking enemies. So if I break out of this dialogue, and then I pick up George and move him up to here, when he's standing next to an enemy, he fights them. And that's basically fighting is doing attack and damage rolls, and taking hit points off of the target, and if the target reaches 0, it despawns and possibly drops loot. And that's what this is doing, attack. Next in line is this idea of a stopping pursuit if we reach a checkpoint. Actually, wait a minute. I threw this in here, why? This is an extra rule I put in here. Oh, this is if we were traveling from one place to another, and the travel plans or checkpoints got canceled, then stop pursuing. That was to fix some bug, I believe, to keep the state consistent. I'm wondering if where that is cleared, we should be doing that instead, and then I don't need this block here. Anyway, these two go together. These have to do with the tether. So every NPC in my game has a wander area. So there's George's wander area depicted in the window here. So as long as he remains within that wander area, he'll kind of just randomly wander around. But as soon as he steps out of that, it triggers this script here where we start pursuing the anchor position, which is where the 0 is. We can move the anchor, and that happens when we're traveling. But if we're not traveling, just wandering around, that anchor is where he tries to go back to if he gets too far away. So to demonstrate, let me pick up George and put him just outside of his wander area. He'll immediately trigger this pursuing the anchor position. He doesn't go all the way back to that anchor position. He kind of stopped here. And that's because this other thing here says if we're pursuing the anchor and our distance to the anchor is within the tether minimum, we can stop pursuing it. So that's so that he just needs to get close enough and then he can stop. More realistic that way, I think, rather than always going back to the same spot every time. All right. So if we're not going back to the anchor, the aggro check is scanning for nearby enemies. So that's a similar kind of scan. There's an aggro area around George. And this one's a little bit different. His aggro range is 10, but rather than constantly scanning, re-scanning for places we should search for enemies, to make it a little bit more efficient, we extend the scan range 5 squares more out. And it allows George, like you can see here, he moved 1 square away from the scan source. And that allows us to do that without having to recalculate the scan area, because as long as there are no enemies within that range, and he doesn't go beyond 5 squares away from where the scan was, it's guaranteed that there's no enemies in range. Moment that I take him and put him out like on a 6, it'll rescan the aggro at range like that. So every time I put him on a 6, he's going to rescan. And if I put him up here, that's close enough to where now he detected an enemy within his aggro range, and he went up there to attack it. Now that I think about it, it shouldn't be recalculating his aggro every time he steps, though. We should, that's a bug I need to fix. Like when he pulls aggro, like I put him up here, and I take one of these enemies and put them close by, he shouldn't be recalculating his aggro every time he marches. It does the correct thing on his way back, see, it only recalculates... Actually, it won't recalculate it at all, because when he's pursuing the anchor, he can't aggro anything. But now when he's back... Oh, that's interesting. What's that? Oh, that's my camera. Right. Once he's back in this area, I can place him anywhere within any one of these 0 to 5s, and it won't trigger a rescan. If I put him on a 6, though, it rescanned there. Hey there, Suni. And Backcraft. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good middle of the night, wherever you are in the world. So I'm just explaining some of the parts of my game's NPC scripts. So there's attacking enemies, there's going back to base, there's traveling from one direction to another, and this is the part of the script that if there's an enemy within aggro range, it'll pursue that enemy. And this is if we, what is this? If the target of our pursuit moves, it'll recalculate. So to demonstrate that, we can show George's pursuit path, pick up an enemy, or pick up George and move him close enough to the enemy. Now pick up the enemy. You see, as I move the enemy around, he's repathing. He's recalculating a new path to that enemy. Until finally he meets up with it and demolishes that enemy. There we go. Hey there, Cthulhu. Glad to see you here. So this part of the script does that. Basically, if we're pursuing an enemy and check to see if the target moved, then we re-pursue. The pursuit start will always calculate a new path to the enemy. Happy Friday! Happy Friday to you as well. All right, and this part of the script is more interesting, I think. This is what we just wrote today. There's the concept of guiding someone in the dungeon. So we have this setup where George can guide me from one point to another, and while guiding, if we get out of range of him, he'll start to wait for us, and if we wait too long, it will abort the guiding, and he'll just continue on his way. Or if it hasn't timed out yet, it will start a timer and just sit there and wait. And then for either guiding or just traveling in general, we have the concept of checkpoints. So if we're traveling and we don't have a path right now, this NPC travel continue will find the next checkpoint and march towards it. And then at lowest priority are if we're actually pursuing a path, take the next step. Otherwise, we're just going to wander around. So that's what we have so far. Let me demonstrate the guiding stuff. I have this hard-coded right now, and one of the fine-tunings that I want to do is I want to build it into the dialogue for George. So there's George. Let's pretend for a moment that while talking to him, I set up... I posed him a question like, "Could you please lead me out of here?" And he says, "Okay, I know the exit. I will guide you to it." And let's say that the exit is like right here. In fact, let's put a tree. Put a tree right there. Let's have him guide us to that tree. All right. So that tree, right next to it is the coordinates 4, 7. Right. So if I say, I actually had this in a convenient file so I can get back to it. George guide. Here it is. If we say guide us to 4, 7, and then we'll have him afterwards guide us back out. And we have these timeouts if we time out on waiting, or no, if we start waiting and then we time out waiting. So I'm going to take this sort of like hard-coded script right now and put it straight into the game. And did I break things? Oh, right, because we're still talking to him. Moment we say bye, he's going to now lead us out. And if I let him go too far, he'll say, George impatiently taps his foot waiting for us. So automatically is making sure that we don't get too far away from him. If we get too far away, he stops and waits for us. If I were to not move along within 5 seconds, he would just continue on without us. So we reached the tree, and now we're going back. We're pathing back. It looks like he's taking the long way around because I was in his way. That's actually a bug, isn't it? The pathfind should not try to path around the character. It should path through. Let me take a look at that. Anyway, he should lead us out. So if I were to do that again but not move, I'll show you what happens. So same thing. So here he's standing here waiting. He's tapping his foot. He's like, come on. If I wait up to 5 seconds, now it's timed out. He continues on his way, and he'll have said, I'm through waiting. Good luck to you. And he's going to path all the way to that tree and then all the way back out. So, pardon me a second. Kind of wolfing down the last of my lunch. Sorry about that. Okay. What was the thing that I was going to add to the list? I've already forgotten what it is. Oh, the pathfinding is wrong. Right. Maybe we'll work... Excuse me. Maybe I'll do that first. Get something to drink here for a second. Hey there, Red Sky One. Okay, so fix NPC guide pathfinding to ignore other characters. So let me try to reproduce this problem. If I were to stand in his way, he would not be able to find the path, right? So if I stood right here, sort of blocking the way, then execute that script again. Yeah, see how he's not moving? Oh, actually now he is. Never mind. Maybe it's only the path back that he has a problem with. Oh, I remember how I did the cost function. It'll try to path around and then it'll try to path through. Yeah. I'm doing fine, Batcraft. Thanks for asking. And yeah, I don't think I answered you before. So let me think about this. What if I made 2 paths that he could go on, and one is a more direct path, and the other one, yeah. What if I like drew a direct path here, but then move my character on top of it? I'm guessing that he's going to take the long way around because I'm blocking him. I'm not close enough to him, so yeah, see, he took the long way around. So I think that has to do with the cost function, right? Or the pathfinding? Let me look. So this would be in, back in the AI. It would be travel continue. Searching in all the Lua scripts. Right, it just pursuit start. Ah, yeah. This wrap cost function avoid characters, it starts out with true. I think what I should do is make this optional. Oh, that little fuzzy thing above my head is a reflection. Let me go fix that. I'll be right back. Also, I just noticed my companion is here. That's my cat Casper over there. You couldn't see yourself? A reflection of the sun. Are you the sun, Nui? I think I want to make this optional in some way. Okay. Pursuing the anchor. Casper, yeah. My cat Casper. He's on the cat tower right now. Okay, there's where we're pursuing an enemy. Yeah, I think I want to have another argument for this, so go to pursuit test. Start pursuit second find if blocked. Cost NPC. Actually, I don't know. This is getting a little bit too complicated, isn't it? Because we're already doing 2 path finds. One here, one here. And if I make that optional, then how many pathways through the code will there be? 1. If that's optional, then this is always done. So that's a 1. If it's on, then... So there's really, actually, there's only 3 paths through. Maybe it's not too bad. So how would I write this then? Cost NPC ignored first pathfind if enabled. I can't think of a better name for it, but I guess we can do that. Cost NPC ignored first pathfind. What words do I want here? Basically, I want to. The use case is that when I run the cost function, other NPCs are ignored on the first pathfind if what? When what? When we disable pathing around characters. When pathing around characters disabled. That name is too long. But does it really matter? Long names, I guess, are okay. So we count the number of times path finds are done. We want to use... This is when it's disabled. So let's say if we pass false as an extra argument. I'm thinking though, if it's an optional argument, actually, if it's an optional argument, that it would be nil, and we can just turn a nil into true. Hey there, Jackimus. So what? What are we returning? Let me think about this. Yeah, it doesn't matter how many times it's called, right? Let's not even bother counting the number of times it's called. And we'll just always return... It doesn't actually matter what I return. I can just return an empty list. Okay, and then... This test will fail, and the objective would be to make it pass now. So to pass, I need an extra argument here. try path around characters first. And we'll have to be backwards compatible, say if that is nil, then set it to true. Then down here, this is the part that's made optional. We'd have to start with an empty list, and then we say if try path around character first, then path equals that. End. Then try this again, it should pass. It still fails. Why? Oh, right. That doesn't exist anymore. Okay, cool. So all the tests had passed. They don't. Okay, what broke? Client and this is unrelated. This is because we're now storing debug tiles. So wait a minute. Make name for NPC. Right, it's calling that now. So I need to make an empty mock for that. Mock the functions used for tile debugging. Put that up here. Actually, that's... There we go. Doesn't matter. Alright, that should fix that problem. Yep, okay. So now we're back to everything passing again. Let me check in that fix to the broken test first, because that is unrelated to what I was doing. This one. So, fix tests. Broken by previous changes, commit. Okay, so this is adding an optional feature of NPC pursuit, right? NPC pursuit, make pathing, well, make first path find optional. Allow the caller to choose whether or not the first path find attempts to find a path around other characters. So once I've done that, I want to purposefully turn it off for certain things. That change doesn't matter. Let's just undo that one. Alright. So where I want it to not try pathing around is in the guide ones, right? So... yeah, so travel should avoid. So this should be a false. Pursuing an enemy should try to go around other characters. So those two should... I guess we can just put in true. And true. This one should not try to path around, right? Actually, I guess this one is okay to go around, so true there. Alright, so let's see if I fixed it. If I fixed it now, when I activate the script, George should go through my character, not path around it. So let's test that. Oh, I know why I had that changed, because I wanted to make the destination 4-7. To the tree, right? Okay, so let's try it. Chat, Lua, paste. And I'm too far away from him, so he's waiting for me to get close to him, and then he's going to give up after 5 seconds. Yeah, so now he's pathing through me. Which is what he should do, because guide NPCs, I don't think it makes sense for guide NPCs to go around characters. They're already allowed to go through players anyway. It's hostile NPCs that can't. And in the event we had a hostile NPC traveling, it would come up and attack us anyway, and if it didn't want to attack, it would run up to us and then path around us because it can't find a path. Or that it can't move, right? Or would it get stuck? I guess I'll have to be careful in the future about how I set paths for monsters. Imagine being one with an NPC. Alright. Let's check that in. Hold on. I kind of messed up the geography around this area, haven't I? All right, so it's really only a travel, so NPC travel. Ignore characters when pathing to checkpoints. There we go. Okay. Done with that. That's done. Now this one, executing a completion script. Yeah. I want that to be part of any kind of travel, not just guiding. So that means that it should be part of the travel start. So NPC travel start. In addition to checkpoints, we should have an optional on completion script. The uptime is not there. Oh, thank you for pointing that out, Nui. I always forget something. I know the uptime is 31 minutes, so let me set the timer counting up 31:15 and start it right in time. And then that should be fixed. There we go. Thank you for that. I still need to make like a reusable checklist that I run through whenever I start my stream up. All right. Write an OBS plugin? Yeah, something like that. I was thinking about making a custom overlay for my channel. So this uptime here, I could just do it myself, as well as having the same thing have a checklist. And maybe combine that with the stream helper I already have. Although the stream helper I already have is written in C++. An overlay would need to be a browser source, right? I guess I could have it generate a web page. Or I could have it be the back end to a overlay. I pet the kitty ourselves. Okay, let me think about this. So we're augmenting travel start to include a completion callback, right? So I guess I'm making an alternate to this start. Is that what I did for guide? I guess I just included it. Might as well just include it. So local on completion. And then have, it should just put it in, right? Into, so this should be like celebrate or PogChamp, whatever, it doesn't matter. So on completion, we're just going to verify that in addition to the travel being set, we're also, the on completion is also set. On completion is on completion. There we go. You planning going head to head against today's top games like Ultima 5? Today's top games like Ultima 5. Yeah, exactly. Super Aggro. I like your name, by the way. My game is inspired by Ultima 5. That's why it looks like it the way it does. Because I really loved that game growing up, and I've always wanted to make my own version of a game like that, and that's why it looks like it. I really enjoy seeing sharply too. That's why I go to the eye doctor every year. Sorry, that was a horrible joke. I enjoyed C# too, but I don't find as many uses in it in like back end stuff. Oh, come on, Cthulhu, isn't that a good dad joke? Octothorpe? What is? All right. Oh, it's not sharp, it's an octothorpe? I always thought of it as a pound sign or a sharp marker. But I think you're right, octothorpe is another word for it. So we should just say that. Do you know the language C octothorpe? Automating petting my cat with a robot arm? And by the way, hello there, Steve. How are you doing? Oh yeah, hashtag too. So we have many names for the thing. Sharp, Octothorpe, and hashtag, and pound sign. Lots of names for the same thing. I guess you could say it's tic-tac-toe also. Technically, it is what you draw for tic-tac-toe. Really? There's a 266F in Unicode? I didn't know that. Where's my Chrome window? Here it is. Music sharp sign. Oh. Oh, it's the what it looks like on a sheet of paper I mean, what am I saying? Sheet of paper. The thing that has the music on it. Yeah, the musical sharp. Yes. I like the copy and paste one because you can just say copy C sharp is greater than C sharp. I mean, creating a snake game for IT just to practice for your project just in a form, no matter what you did, it would not enable itself? Oh, in a form, like you mean an HTTP form? Huh. Number sign, pound sign, hash, crosshatch, Octothorpe. Yeah, that's the ASCII character. Yep. It would not enable the button. Forms are kind of tricky, right? The way they interact with the buttons can be kind of tricky. Like I usually do an on submit, and then I have to have a button somewhere that's type submit. And if you want, you can have non-submit buttons in a form, and to do that, you have to make them type button. So, like, if you don't do it right, like if you don't set the type of the buttons correctly, and if you don't have an on submit, or you do have an on submit, the form behaves differently. And then also in the submits, it will actually do a navigation unless you do a prevent default. So there's all sorts of little tricky things you have to do. I had to set it to 10K, Mr. Muffles. Oh, hello, by the way, because the cat got annoyed at me petting him so much the last stream. I get rated by Adam 1353135313531, and he brought in like 100 guests, and I started getting a whole bunch of redemptions to pet the cat. I'm like, oh, okay. I have to either disable it or increase the redemption threshold. Well, that's cool. Which character is that in Japanese? What's the name of that? Okay, what I'm doing right now is adding an optional completion callback when an NPC travels from one place to another and reaches its destination. So this part here is verifying that the completion script will be stored in the NPC's state for use later. So let's do that part first. Wellfield system. Huh. So this is here. It's on completion. And I think... Do we always want to start? What do I do for guide? Is it if it's not nil? Actually, if it's nil, I think we just store it because if it's nil, it's a no-op. Yeah. If it's a nil, it's a no-op. So on completion is on completion. There we go. Easy peasy. Pass that test. Okay. So then the test of it actually getting executed is where we continue and we're at the last checkpoint, right? This, what does travel continue do? Does that actually make a step? No, it doesn't. But this is where we would know we've concluded. We've reached the last step, right? We actually wouldn't know that until one turn afterwards. What am I running Lua in? I'm running it in my custom game engine that is running in a backend server built in C++. So I have a game engine that communicates with clients that are running in the web browser through a WebSocket. So it's a combination web server and a game host. And it has a custom entity component system. So every entity in the game has one or more components, like background tiles have positions and tiles to say where they are and how to draw it. NPCs have a bit more in them. And I was showing this earlier. In the part of my engine called the script host, we include the Lua headers. And a bit further down here, we create a Lua interpreter, connect to the standard libraries, and connect into the game. This is to get access to the engine's functions, and this is utilities for converting data between Lua tables and JSON objects. The pieces of reusable logic, like the components for my game, are open source. They're on my GitHub, but the integration into a game is not, because I'm trying to potentially monetize it. I have been thinking about taking the front end of my game and just releasing that as open source, because the front end of the game can't stand alone. It needs the back end of the game to function correctly. So there's really no IP at all in the front end. The back end, you could say, does have IP in it, so yeah. So yeah, for example, the JSON value class here, this you can find in my GitHub. This is my version of a C++ adapter for JSON, kind of like N. Lohman's JSON, only not as good, because I wrote it and I'm just one guy. You can check out the prototype that I made. That is open source. And there's a highlight video to show what that is. That you can find in my GitHub under Iron Glove. That has a rudimentary primitive version of this entity component system. I think it had Lua scripts as well, but it's nowhere near as much as I had in the real game. Now, there are a lot of names for that mark, aren't there? Hex. Why would it be called a space or a square or a crosshatch? I've heard. Gate. Mesh. Flash. Why would it be called flash? Pigpen. Oof? Never heard of it being called an oof. Huh. You're experimenting with hot deployment for your 3D engine. That way you can code in C++ and still get dynamic loading. Did you try DLL? I did try DLL.so hot loading in the previous incarnation of this game before I streamed on Twitch. And it was a real pain when even the slightest bit of the shared logic or the API between them changed. And so I decided for this iteration of trying to make a game, I would use just a completely super flexible approach with an embedded scripting language. And it was, for me, it was either going to be Python or Lua. I tried both, and I liked Lua better. So I could go back and learn, take lessons learned from doing the DLL.so hot loading approach and try to redo it here. I might do that in the future because there are certain things that are very slow in the Lua. It would be cool if I could make it not only in C++, but also hot loadable like the Lua. But that's going to be something in the future, I think. I'm trying to get the engine feature complete first, then work on stuff like... I consider having the dynamic parts hot loadable C++ like compiled stuff an optimization, sort of. Why didn't you make the API as generic as possible? I made it as generic as I could, and I didn't do a good enough job. So the changes weren't rare enough. So yeah, if I tried again, I'd probably get closer and do a better job. So it's not a bad approach. I know it would work if I was good enough in designing the API to be forward compatible enough to not need changes. Did you have a push or pull API? I think it was push with publish and subscribe. But in the end, it didn't really matter because fundamentally, it's bidirectional. When you load a module, once it's loaded in memory, it has the same privileges as the host does. The only thing that you have to be careful about is you need it to be unloadable. So you can't leave it behind artifacts, objects, like function objects that would call into something that you've unloaded. Was it the engine going to be DL or the DL going to be the engine? The way I did it, I made the host as small as possible, and then I broke the engine up into pieces and made each of those pieces done a DLL. So I ended up having like 12 or 20 different DLLs, and some of the I didn't partition them up really well. I ended up having like a dozen that were really small and like 8 really big ones. So hey there. Let's give out some haze, tin spin, and crumpet. Hello. Think of sending the render state in a loop from the engine to the game DLL? I mean, that would work. DLLs are just a way that you can, as you said, hot swap or hot load parts of your program. In the end, once it's loaded and linked, it's just the same as your main program. So it's not the only impact in performance would be when you actually have to do the loading, I suppose, and any kind of safeguards you put in place to prevent crashes on unload. So you'll probably end up making the API a little bit more strict than you would normally between different functions and classes of one program. Like for example, you probably wouldn't want to use types from the standard runtime because the version of the standard runtime in your main program might end up being different from the version of the runtime in a DLL if you built them on different days. We'd like to have the scene the API ahead. I could show you a little bit of it. I still have it around. New window. It was called... It was under Digital Sterling, I think. Unless I made a special one. Yeah, let's look here. It was called Phoenix Ways. That was the last incarnation of my project. So there was a bootloader, and the main thing that the bootloader did was, what did it do? Yeah, see how bad my code used to be? It used to be insane. Right, there's a concept of all the DLLs were packages, and you could load and unload packages. And where's the important stuff? Right, I also had it split so that there was a parent process and a child process, and the parent process would monitor the child process, so it would basically be self-aware of it. It would be self-aware of crashes. It would know that it crashed because its child process crashed, but the parent would continue. What did I do here? Right, so there was the primary DLL was the host DLL, and we loaded it right away. And that host, the only thing the host DLL was supposed to do was load other DLLs. So I would do these things where I would load the DLL, and then I find a library entry point, and then call it, and then that would give me the interface to the host, and that interface had methods to right. This is how the host started. I think it takes over from that point. Yeah, the run, it takes over from there. I think it spun a worker thread, and that worker thread, its job was just to sit there and load other things, I think. Get module, release module, update module, exit, update host. Yeah, there was a way it could update itself. But there's just a lot of overhead to load and unload. Where was... I think it was get module. Did a load, query interface. Yeah. So I had the idea. I had the like just like Microsoft's COM and or Corba, where you could load a module and then query that module for its for if it had an interface through a generic query interface kind of thing, where you get back a void pointer, and then if you got back a pointer, you would take the name and the version, and then that would match up to a runtime version of a class. Do you watch the DLL files for changes so you knew when to reload it? I think so. Let me try to find that. I think that was in here some. I think that was in update module at some point. Scan for updates. Yes. I think that was it. I think it was a scan for updates. Yeah. Right. I had a directory monitor. I have a directory monitor. Actually, I still have that today. This directory monitor is like this is the Linux implementation of it, where I would use an iNotify, a notify queue, and it would just sit there and monitor the directory. And if anything changed, it would run the scan for updates, and that thing would iterate all files in the directory, and it would look for like packages that ended -update. It would be like those are the new versions of the packages, and it would handle all of the loading and unloading and stuff. I think it did it through this update module. Oh, it would add it to a queue of things to be updated. And then this queue would be handled by another thread. Right. So we would unload the module, replace the code, and then load the new code, and then notify all other modules that module got updated. So modules could interconnect. You could have module A request an interface from module B, and if B got updated, then A would be told B is being unloaded. B has been updated. Now you can load it again. And yeah, it was pretty crazy. Yeah, over-engineered, I think. I think I had over-engineered it. Made a bunch of mistakes. Like, it ended up being too fragile. Is there a standard file system? I ended up just making my own file system classes. Fell asleep watching, Manez. It's 1 a.m. and you can't go back to sleep? How did you wake up then if you fell asleep watching? I'm doing fine. I hope you get back to sleep soon, Manez. Is file system on my list of reasons to use C++7? It might be. C++17 here. Actually, I should have just searched for file system. Standard file system. Nope, there's 3 hits in Adam's notebook, but not mine. Should I add it to the list? There we go. Now it is. Hey, that noob. It's convenient, so it would probably replace my homebrewed file system stuff, right? All right, back to this. I think I am going to have it where when we do, when this gets cleared, we will execute the completion script. So I want to kind of do the same thing I did in the guide test, right? When that gets like this stuff, we will have an on completion, and it will load and execute that script in Lua. So that means there needs to be a global function foo, and we'll see if it's called or not, and then have an expectation here, and then we'll have moon unit expect true foo called. Who called? Foo called. For me, it's 2:54 p.m., so yes, 3 p.m. Yeah, Steve, a lot of things from Boost ended up in standard library, which is kind of cool. Because I think there were a lot of useful things in Boost, but I didn't like how bloated Boost was. So it's nice to see that they've pulled the more useful things out of Boost and put it into the standard library. You're still worthy of time zone magic. Yes, you are. You got it. Okay, so it's... I guess it's the else here, right? Or specifically here. Actually, it's right here we want to do it. And I want to not invent it from scratch if I already wrote it here. I just want to copy from here. This stuff. Adapt those 3 lines. If on completion, then call it with the context. So, pass. Yay, it works. Okay, so to put that into practice, let's go to... I have this special script called NPC George, and let's have him say something when he reaches the end. So, completion. And we'll say, George says... This completes the grand tour. There we go. And let me have that added. Oh, wait. This was travel start. I need to now pass it through on guide start, don't I? Yeah. So guide start should pass through... Yeah. So local on completion is... that was fun. We should pass it to on guide start. And then expect that it's passed to travel start. Right? So this will fail, and then we update it to make it pass up here. On completion. Easy peasy. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? Oh, because I didn't include it here. That should go here. Put in some missing commas while we're at it. Run. Yay, it passes. Good night, Menace. Hey, Irish John, I'm back. I took a 2-hour break to go drive one of my kids home from school, but I'm back. I lost most of the viewers I had because I raided Alt F4 stream, and probably a lot of them are still over there, but yeah. It's all good. Alright, so I'm passing all my unit tests, so let me put this into practice with our special George guide script. So that means I'm just going to add another argument here. And you guys can't see it because it's off the screen. What if I do that? It's still off the screen. I can just for a second wrap it and then unwrap it in a second. So this is on George completion. Alright, so take that whole thing and put it into the game here. Lua, do that. And then he's waiting for us. Now he's not waiting for us. Now he's guiding us over here. And then that's one checkpoint, and now it's going back to the second checkpoint, which is back home here. This completes the grand tour. Yay, got it to work. Alright, that was just a simple little thing to test it. The mechanism is proven, so let's check it in. We'll check that in, along with that. So add completion callback, script callbacks when NPCs complete travel. Sounds good to me. I'm going to quickly run out of things to do. I have lots of other side things I would like to get to that are not NPC script related as well. Cancel pursuit of NPC position changed unexpectedly. This is a fun bug that I would like to solve right now. So here, let me demonstrate the bug again. Let me pick up George and place him way over here. And while he's pathing back, I'll put him back here. Look what happens. He keeps teleporting. He like insists on walking that path. That's a bug in where it makes the step not even looking at where a current position is. So we should add something in there where if the NPC is on a path and their position changes unexpectedly, we should cancel the pathfinding. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I changed him back briefly to be a guard. Let's make him a cat again. There, he's a cat. It's easy to do that. We're just manipulating the tile set and the tile ID. I could do it manually here. I can see what tile 9 is. It's a skeleton. 10. Tiger again. We can even be really crazy and say he is lava. There, George is now lava. It's just a tile. It would be whatever we want it to be. Imagine you're walking down this hallway and like all of a sudden there's a living wall of fire. Oh, crap. George, you're a walking pillar of flame. Ah! He stepped on me. Alright, let's turn him back. NPCs, right? Wanted to be a tiger. There we go. He's hot, exactly. Okay. So the bug would be in path. No, AI, right? Pursuit continue, I think is where it would be. This one. Pursuit continue. Yeah. So let's go to the test for that. So suppose we would just take one of these tests and duplicate it and just change the arrangement. So continue pursuit, position change, unexpected position change. Unexpected position change. So this would be where this is the path. The next step is step 2, which means our last step was at 3, 2. So let's say we got teleported to 13, -2. Whoops, we got teleported. Moving to that would teleport us back, which should not be legal. So we would expect this one to be false. Expect the step to be, what should it do actually? Where's pursuit? What is it? It's like, where's continue? What happens if, I guess this is what we expect. Everything is cleared, right? Yeah. So we would expect the same thing, expect all of these things, basically. Right there. Didn't move and stopped the pursuit completely. So that obviously isn't working. This is still synchronizing my scripts, right? Yeah, alright. So before we can move, we need to make sure our position didn't change, right? So the path doesn't include our starting position, though. But it really only matters if the step is greater than 1. If context NPC step is greater than 1, then if if context position X is not equal to step -1, first element, or the Y coordinate is not equal to the second element of the previous step, then we teleported. So I don't want to say these things more than once. So what if I have something, what if I move this down to here and have something called stopped that we can then set to true up here. Or stop, not stopped. Stop. This should all be, okay, this moved should be there. Because let's make this an else. If moved and actually I don't even need a stop, do I? Oh, I can't put that in the else. Okay. This should just be if. Come on. If not stop, then try to move. So that means the moved can go out here. All right. Let's comment this. So stop the pursuit if current position does not match the previous step. E.g. or i.e. NPC was teleported unexpectedly. Well, it's always unexpected, right? If it was expected, then I would do it. I would be setting it as a checkpoint, and it would actually. We should test that. It should be allowed to walk through a teleporter as a checkpoint. I don't actually have teleporters that work on NPCs yet, though. All right, so make the next step if we haven't stopped the pursuit. And then here is... I guess I should just reverse this logic. Stop if we took the last step. Stop if we could not move, or if we took the last step. So it would be if not moved, or the step is greater than or equal to, then stop equals true, and then clear path if stopped. There should be an else here. Stop if we cannot move, or if we took the last step. Otherwise, advance the step counter. Clear path is stopped. If stop, then. There we go. You and Tim have similar viewing counts, and Twitch is streaming the positions on the left sidebar. Oh, are you saying that Tim and I are competing with each other? So I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't shout him out. By the way, Tim Bodette, who is also streaming right now apparently, and has a similar view account, is also doing game dev with his own game engine, also written in C++. So if you don't like me, try out Tim's channel instead. Switching, not streaming? What do you mean? He's not streaming, but it's showing me on the left bar anyway? I don't understand. Let me check. Is he streaming right now? I said streaming instead of switching. But he is streaming. The view count is similar. Did I just say the wrong word? He is streaming right now with similar view count. Yeah. So yeah, Tim is doing his own game dev with a similar kind of objective to mine, although he's a lot more commercially focused. He's made games in the past, and his objective is to make money. Or mine, for me, money is a secondary objective. I'm more interested in achieving this lifelong goal of making a game that actually works and something that I would want to play. Cool, all my tests passed. Let's see if this actually works now, where he will not teleport if I put him on a path, and so let's put him on a path here, and let's teleport him. Boop. Oh, good, he didn't teleport. So I put him back early, he should just stop and be happy, right? Or another way to do it is I could put him way far out and then give him a lift part of the way. Did he... he reached his wander area? Okay, so I need to take him further away. Put him way out. Whoa. What happened there? Oh, I'm interesting. Is that a display glitch? Let me reload here. I think that was a display glitch. I shift clicked out here and it moved some of the stuff but not others. Weird. Move him way out here and then give him a lift. He should continue to pursue back. Yeah. Okay, so at least he doesn't teleport now. Looks like it takes him a turn to figure out where he is, which makes sense, I guess. Alright, turn it off. Switching streaming. Should I listen to myself? Let me listen to myself. Oh, I said streaming instead of switching. Yes, I did misspeak. You are correct, Nui. Let me give you a point. I stand corrected. I also need to brush my hair. Apparently. Alright. I'm going to check that in because that's fixed. And now I think I'm down to like fine-tuning different things. Let me try to connect it into the dialogue system next. Alright, so this is fix bug in NPCs teleporting back to path if moved, if teleported away. There. That should not be allowed. Okay, the dialogue system, there's one thing I wanted to check, and that is there's a Lua P call from the dialogue system, and we set some variables in there. I wanted to check what those are again. Here it is. Player and target. It's the target one I keep forgetting about. So these variables are provided to any kind of script. Actually, it's whenever evaluate is called. So where evaluate should be called from the dialogue system at some point. Yeah, here it is. And target entity, I believe that is the NPC. So we could use the variable target. Yeah. So let me set this up. Let's set up a little grand tour. We're gonna have George take us to visit the tree. Actually, why is he standing way out there? Oh, because I poked holes in the walls. Let's fix that. So, oh, that's another thing I need to work on. Before I forget again. Refresh wander areas periodically. Because we're going to run into this problem where if I paint a wall right here, it doesn't update George's wander area as it should. And right now the workaround is I have to go into his components and subtly shift his anchor like to 11 or something, and then it moves, and now he's pathing back. And then I could repair it back to 310 like that. So let's say the grand tour would be visit the tree and then visit the fountain. Where are we going to put a fountain? Let's put a fountain right here and a pathway to it. Like that. Let's visit the tree and then visit the fountain. And then I kind of want to put a barrier there to test going the long way around. Let's have it visit the tree, visit the fountain, then visit that water, and then go home. So I need to get these coordinates down. 4, 7, 10, 11, 9, 15. And then back to home would be negative 3, 10. Okay. So let's put it into the dialogue system. George, when you, let's say not help, but let's change it to tour. That's the tour state. And all right, let me know if you want, let me know if you change your mind. You guys can't see that because it's off the screen. I have a little bit of a screen real estate issue. That's okay. Yes would be follow me, and then the script needs to be a version of this. I'll do it with spaces, or with blank lines for now. So actually, there's no reason why I can't just put that straight into here, right? So guide start, this we said was target, this is player, and those coordinates go in here. So 10, 11, 9, 15. Okay. And then that's the script I want then, right? I don't need to save it. Just paste it here. He's going to say, follow me, and then he's going to start us guiding that all the way there. And then let me set up. Patiently test this foot waiting for you. George says, I'll continue without you. I'll continue without you then. This completes the grand tour. All right. So then back in the conversation state, we're going to change from help to tour. And say, would you like me to lead you on the grand tour? Save. Okay, let's try it out. So talk, or we're already talking. No, we're not talking to him. Tour. Would you like me to lead you on the grand tour? No. Change their mind. Okay, tour. Yes. Follow me. Okay, he's leading us on the grand tour. So I'm expecting this to work. He's going to take us to the tree, and then take us to the fountain. And then take us around to the water down here. And then take us all the way back. And say, oh, did I have the last coordinate wrong? Oh, no, he decided to go fight some monsters on the way back. He's fighting. Rawr. I guess it makes sense. He's a killer tiger. Makes sense he would do that. So you should go back and say that completes the tour. That completes the grand tour. We had an unexpected detour to go fight monsters on the way back. All right. So that didn't involve actually changing anything in the game, right? Other than we modified George. Yeah. Not worth checking in. Let's say I wanted it to like pause at each point and have him say something. How would I do that? Actually, I don't know. Let me think about that. Would I have him just engage us in a dialogue again? That's going to require further thought. Let me worry about that later. It's enough that I have this now built in to the dialogue system there. Okay. What else? What do I want to work on now? Oh, the bug about refresh. So the wander area right now will not refresh even if I like poke a hole in that wall. It should refresh and update. So what I can have it do is just automatically refresh, like maybe timeout after a certain number of seconds. So that could be just part of how the caching works. And that's all in NPC Anchor. Oh no, I don't have a... It's not part of the cache. Never mind. It has to do with this lookup, right? Oh, you know what we can do though? We can put in that cache entry. We could put in a expiration time. That would work. So we can make that part of the anchor test to require that. All right. All this setup. Initial search, cache hit, cache miss zone, cache miss anchor. So it should be like cache miss time elapsed is what it should be. Invalidate cache tether area if enough time elapses. So we would store in... Right, it computes it once, and then we're going to advance the time. Equals context.time plus some amount. I guess that's a constant. Yeah. So that means I should probably mock the constant and not depend on its actual value. Mock game constants. So what are we going to call it? Wander area. Wander area expiration. Wander area cache lifetime. Cache Wander area. How about cache life? I'm bad with these words. Lifespan. There we go. And I don't know, it doesn't need to be that short. It could be like, I don't know, let's just say, actually it doesn't even matter in the test. Let's make the test right now meet, but not depend upon the constants. So that means I'll put that same constant in here. This is the number of seconds a freshly computed NPC wander area will remain in the cache before becoming invalid. Alright, so that should be what we add down here. Where is it? This should be cache miss lifespan. So add that, right? So we should expect 2 searches. So this won't work yet. So it should fail. And then we're going to change the code to make it pass here. So, oh, and not just that, we need to store the time in there to begin with. So the cache, the initial search should include that. Where do we test that though? Do I test that? I guess it doesn't really matter. So we just include it here. So when we do a search, we're going to include the expiration. And that's the context.time plus that constant. And then we'll out here say it's only a hit if the zone anchor matches and the context time is less than the cache entry extra expiration. There we go. So now it should pass again. It didn't. Why not? Nil. Oh, time isn't set. Let's set the time. These are in some kind of crazy random order. Let's fix that. And then time goes down here, right? 42. Doesn't matter what I put there. Run it again. Why did it do that? It said okay, but it still showed it in red. Eh? Oh, some of these other things broke. Extra key. Oh, we checked that? Where is that checked? Oh, I checked it up here in the common fixture stuff. Yeah. Okay, so this needs to be put in here. Expiration, we expect that to be context time plus this constant we mock right here. So that means I need to mock the actually, this is inside the function, right? Would that work as is, or do you need to move? I might need to move. I didn't hit save. Okay, no, then that's fine. All right, we're good. Good. All right, so that should already have taken effect. Except for that the pre-existing search doesn't include it. So let's adjust this a little bit. Actually, let's not. Let's just hack it in. If that is nil, actually, we're probably getting a script error. Yeah, so we're getting a nil. So I can modify that in place, right? Or let's just do it this way. Or no, actually, just another clause in front, and that is truthy. There we go. So it updated. So if I were to paint a wall there instead, within 5 seconds, yeah, so within 5 seconds it updates. So there we go. That seemed more faster than 5 seconds. 1001, 1002, 1003. It's doing it in 3 seconds. It's redoing it more quickly than I thought. Did I set it to 3? I set it to 5. Why is it faster than 5 seconds? Yeah, it feels like 2. Why would that be? I don't know. Oh, it's every 5 seconds is doing it. So, yeah. Hold on, no. Yeah. It doesn't matter if it changed or not. It's on every 5, so it's wherever on average, it's going to be within 2 seconds. So a better way to see it would be if I drew a whole bunch of walls and then got rid of them one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, it's every 5 seconds. It's just when it does refresh, it's getting the same result, so we don't know it did it. Yep. 2.5 average, yeah. Okay, cool. I like that. Let's check it in. Actually, before I check it in, let me do some performance measurements to make sure we're not missing something. So that was under script start profiling. I've been meaning to make this one persist. If I go to another tab and back, it's not. Anyway, it's measuring the performance. Let's do other stuff to stress it. We'll put an enemy within aggro range, forcing George to go over and attack him. Oh, there was a bug with wander area, wasn't there? Or no, aggro range. I was gonna fix that, and I didn't do it. Anyway, stop profiling. Let's take a look at it. All right. Oh, and it didn't sort. The percentage is kind of high. It's 13%, but it's not sorted, so I can't see the most expensive function. Oh, wait a minute. Only 3.6%? So what's that 13% in then? Wait a minute. If systems is executed for it takes 4%, then what? That should be calling that. Why is that number higher? Let me do this again. Start profiling. Let it run for a while. I hate it when there are things I don't quite understand what's going on. Go back here, turn that on this time. Stop profiling. Let's look at it. Why is it coming back out with a larger percent real time? Why is the maximum time 67 milliseconds? That's not good. The average is 1.7 milliseconds. It's not bad. But there's an outlier of some kind. I wonder if that outlier is while is during pursuit of an enemy. Pursuit start, aggro check, entities at position. Oh, I know why this is higher and why it's higher than these. I think I do. Actually, I have no idea why this is now higher than this. Should be the highest number. That's the outermost call. It's called systems. Everything should fit within that, should be 4% or less. I don't know why these are 10. What's calling with components? And what's calling game with entity component of type? It calls itself. Oh, that's what it is. This number is unrealistic because this is recursive. This number is not valid when in recursion, if recursion is present. So I can't trust that number at all. Really, systems is not recursive, so that's the true amount of time. It's taking 4% of the CPU on average. And most of it's going into the NPC's AI, and then that goes through with components of type, which is here, and that is with components. And then inside of with components is with entity component type, and inside of that, entities at position, aggro check. So aggro check is a big one. So is pursuit start, because they both do pathfinding and searching. You know, it's probably good enough. It'll get faster when I get rid of JSON. All right. The Kite has left. I actually saw him out of the corner of my eye this time. He's gone. He just jumped away. Okay. This is set a maximum lifetime for cached NPC wander areas. And this is change example NPC wait timeout callback message. All right. Did that. I'm done. I'm done, and it's only been an hour and a half. I have to come up with new things to do. I never said hi to Irish John. My bad. There, I gave a little wave. I guess I could deploy this into production. Why not? To do that, I gotta spin up my Linux box and build the game, and then we should review what changes actually happened since the last release. The last release I didn't do on stream. I did it like off stream. That was on the 3rd. That was 4 days ago. Let me see what I changed within the front end since then. Not much. Oh, I fixed some really annoying issues with the chat scroll lock and the input bar. I should deploy those right now. Yeah, let's just do that right now. So we're done with this one. We're going to go to npm runs build, but then before I hit enter there, I want to go to my package.json and bump the number. We're going to go to 39 because it's a slight change, not just a fix. Irish John's still here. How was your evening? It's probably getting late for you, right? Is it like after midnight? Right, so then run build. And then we're going to deploy that. So I need to mark, actually I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do a mugget release. I don't think anything changed there. CD. Yeah, nothing, actually that changed. That's irrelevant though. I don't care about that one. Alright, so bump front end version to 139.0. Commit. Git push tags. While this is building, let me turn off the camera for a second so I can reach over and do the Linux box. I pressed the on switch for the Linux box. While that's booting, let me start up X Windows. Okay, this is done, so the script for this is wdeploy. It's not a VM, it's an actual second computer that I have. I'm dropping frames a little bit. No, I didn't drop frames. It went to yellow. What does that mean? Bit rate was lower? I didn't drop any frames, but the bit rate went down for some reason. Which distro? Linux Mint. Log into it in a moment. It's Linux Mint 18.3, Sylvia. Linux 4.15.0. I actually haven't patched it in a while. Running XFCE4-session. That takes a few moments. Okay, this is already deployed, so let me make sure that nothing got utterly broken in the front end of the production environment. Okay, so a couple differences now. This logout button is always in the bottom right, which is kind of cool. Which you can't see unless I do that to show you. So there's always a logout button in the bottom right. And then this bar that has the action buttons can extend all the way to the right if it needs to. And also I fixed the scrolling issues with this box, I think. I think I finally fixed it. There are annoying bugs in the fact that when you scroll to the bottom, it's supposed to stay on the bottom even if more chat comes in, and that it would get unlocked and you'd have to constantly manually scroll it. It was a pain. That should be fixed now. Okay. Dog's barking. Sorry about that. All right, so SSH add. Yeah, so this is what I'm running. Cat etc issue. And I'm gonna go to projects and pull everything. If you're doing SSH stuff with it and no GUI, you've been finding WSL and Windows to be working pretty well. When I started working on this project, WSL was like 1.0 and there were like known critical bugs in the networking, so I shied away from it. So instead I just set up another Linux box, and I'm happy with that, except for the extra step of having to turn it on and then hook into it with X Windows. With X Windows and the other machine over in the corner, if it's on, it's pretty easy for me to just SSH in and get a session running. So it overlays on top of my Microsoft Windows desktop. I get a XFCE4 session, including it's a little off. It's off to the side of the screen, so you can't see it. It's because it's an ultra wide. But I have the normal buttons you'd have on XFCE4 session overlaid. So I just pop in the terminal and good to go. I mean, if I wanted to, I could pop up the File Explorer. There it is. Or I could pop open the web browser. That takes a little bit longer to load. So this is all being served from the Linux box. Networking seems okay. Even managed to get an XFCE session going over X420 on Windows as the X server. Yeah, I use SigWinX. So, can I show that? So I have, well, there's nothing much to show. I use SigWinX. It doesn't really have a UI other than that it just can overlay Windows on top of Microsoft Windows. All right, so CMake build release, right? No, it's -- build. There we go. Did I say 420 instead of 410? I don't know what's up with me reading and speaking today. That's the second time I've like missaid something. X410. Maybe I've been watching Chris's stream too much, Steve. I miss CM Griffing. He's like on vacation snowboarding or something, and he hasn't streamed in like 3 days. All right, so it built. Next is to go to the secrets folder and run the lpack prod from there. It's called secrets because it actually has the real production keys in there. I don't want to accidentally show them. And then I run the script to deploy it. Actually, I need to make sure I know what the version number is going to be. What's the version number now? 132. So this will be 133. So Python 3 tools deploy Primus 1.330. So it connects to the production environment and uploads the package. So you saw it pop up in there almost at the same time this says it was done. So the version is available, and I can start migrating this over. I have trouble with this because the way my servers work with Raft is that when we update the version, it stops the process and then updates the code and then starts it again, and sometimes it can't get the port number it had before. So find the cat. I know. The cat has run away. I'm gonna just play it safe today and take a snapshot and then just log in directly to the backend server and just stop the whole cluster. The screen R and then just hit Control C and it's all red now. And then I'm going to manually edit the configuration file to when it launches back up to just launch version 133. Okay, and then start them back up again. By the way, my game has been running a lot more smoothly without crashing now that I've doubled the memory on it. It used to run on a T2 micro instance, now it's a T3A small. Double the RAM, double the CPU threshold. It runs pretty well. Okay, we got all 3 port numbers that are up and running, and just had the election happen, and we're back up. Okay, the scripts are all broken because I need to actually synchronize the scripts now. The way I did that from here, I believe, is I went to secrets, and from here run the script, right? Python, tools, scripts, and then Primus, and then sync, and then realm server, source, ECS scripts. I don't have a JSON file. Oh, I need to be in this directory. And I need to have Do I have to have the most current configuration file? I don't think I do. So it's on two. I never bothered to make a batch file for this. There we go. So it updated a lot of the scripts. Still getting errors. Oh, because NPCs don't have anchors. So I probably have to go, right, anchor is a required field for these NPCs. So what I can do is, I need to update a few things here, right? NPC classes. Right, I needed to go, I wanted to update these. I had them ready to go, right? Slime.json. Is that the correct tile set? No, it's not. It should be 3760. What about orc? Yeah, so these are correct. So these are probably ready to go. I can just load these directly in here. Update, and then this one is orc, I think. Edit, not edit, just paste. Update, and then ogre is this third one. Update, and then I need to go destroy all the old NPCs that are lingering around here, so they're all at layer 30, so let's go to 30 and just wipe them out. Boop, 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 they're dead. And then paint over all these guys. Goodbye. And these two. Alright, and then there's the one... Actually, there are 3 NPCs that are not enemies. There's George here. I need to update him. Cool, the data got migrated correctly too. That was new in the back end. Alright, so... It's not action cooldown, it's action time, right? I forget. What did I do here? Is it action time? Yes, so AT. AT is 0.5. Add that. Remove action cooldown. Remove hit. Remove home. Remove returning and state. And then we need... I'm just going to remove these for now. No waypoints. Weapons, fine. Okay, so submit that. Now, what are the big memory consumers? Not too sure, but I think it's all the JSON stuff I keep in memory. All right. And the T2 micro is only 1 GB of RAM, and I'm running 3 copies of the server. This is the wrong version number. It should say 133. Yeah. Doesn't the release build use binaries to JSON? No. It's all still JSON. Some stuff has been converted to binary. For example, all of the communication between these 3 servers is in binary. But still all of the game commands are in JSON, and all of the database, all the data, all the entity component system, all the players, all the tickets, it's all still JSON. So that's probably what it is. Alright, still looking at these, right? Okay, yeah, he needs an anchor. Let's anchor him to 0, 0. Anchor. X equals 0, or X... What am I doing? Just add, and then... Actually, I have to edit it like this, right? X 0, Y 0. Submit. Some of these other guys not have anchors? No, they have anchors, so what's wrong with him? Oh, it's probably the ones in the town, right? Starter town. These guys don't have anchors. They don't even have character components. Wow. Do I just... Anchor's the only thing I need, I guess? I don't know where we want to put him. 9... We'll just anchor him around 9, 0, I guess. anchor x9 y0. Add, submit, and then this guy, same thing. Anchor, add, submit. Okay, so there's still an NPC around who has a nil anchor. I'm wondering if I have some leaked NPCs. Oh, wait a minute. I still have these old zones, right? So I have these old NPCs. We could probably kill Killer, right? I don't need him anymore. Goodbye. I do need to keep Slimy version 2 so that Adam doesn't kill him. So we need to give him an anchor of -2, -11. Edit. Anchor. -2, -11. Add, submit. Okay, so there's still something with wander. Line 23 of the wander script. Next wander time isn't in there. That, I think we ought to just make that a default. Here. Where the defaults are set, yeah. We should have like an NWT is 0 if it's missing. There we go. Okay, there's another NPC with a missing anchor, apparently. I wonder which NPC... Okay, Slimy's wandering around. So we have an NPC that is missing an anchor somewhere. These guys I already checked, right? They have anchors. So, oh, what happened here? Wait a minute. Tileset 12, 860? ID 12? Oh, there's no ID 12 anymore. Oh, I remember doing that. I did that the other day. I had another wall. That was to work around a problem where you couldn't go through a gate if there was a wall behind it. So we can fix that now by just painting over it. Like that. There we go. So is there a similar issue in the sewers? Yes. Well, yeah, let's just paint one there. Whoops. Paint one there. Wait a minute, hold on. Why did it... Oh, shoot. That was at depth 0 before. Let's put one at depth 1 then. Depth 1, paint. Hold on. Then what happened to the depth 0 tile? Oh, does that graphic not have alpha on it? If I put that at depth 2, it happens. Oh yeah, it is black. Okay, so fine. Then I won't put a wall behind it. Let's just get rid of this wall thing here. Remove that. Yes. And then just make this... This one... That. Alright. Do all players see each other in the servers? Yeah, they do. There's no one playing right now, though. No one's logged in. But if you were to log in, and if you haven't played my game before, you'll end up starting here. I need to fix that wall there. That should be this wall. There. You'll pop up here, and the only way out of here is to go through this, which teleports you to the first world, so to speak, which is right here. And then you're supposed to pop into existence next to this NPC, and you're supposed to be able to ask him for help out. He's supposed to guide you around here to the exit, killing these slimes that are in the way. I just need to fix these broken scripts. So there is an NPC somewhere who has a missing anchor. I need to find out who it is. These all have anchors, so I'm guessing there's an NPC that maybe escaped the dungeon at some point. All these guys are fine, right? So I guess I can temporarily hack the script to print out the entity number, and then we can find out where it is. So let's do that. That's on line 115. Actually, I can do it more easily here, right? In NPC act at the top, I guess. If context NPC anchor is nil, then we're just going to do an error. NPC number context.npc entity has no anchor. And then it's 8282. That's a low number. Let's find out where they are. Go. Bill! How did you get way out here? I forgot I had an NPC named Bill. Why is your name random? When you first create an account in the server, because we've been trolled and spammed before, you'll pop up without, with your name masked. If you log in through Twitch, I'll know who you are. But if we know that you're Tinspin, then I can unmask you. You're Tinspin, so now your name should appear. Let's find out where you are. You're there. By the way, you can change what you look like in the profile thing. You can change what you look like. So let's go back to 8484, because I forgot I had an entity called Bill. I guess he's been wandering around in the void for a long time. Oh, what was it? 8282. I don't even remember an NPC named Bill. In zone 80, is 60... he's in Slimyville? How'd he get way out here? Okay, well, I think I'm going to retire Bill. He didn't have any oh, he did have a dialogue. Oh, he's the old NPC who would hand out swords. I forgot I had this guy. Okay. Well, if we delete him... No, his dialogue is separate, so I can keep the dialogue around and just remove him. Goodbye, Bill. Nice knowing you. Okay, so we're getting further. Caps is required for movement. Oh, we have some NPCs that are missing capabilities. I have context caps is nil. Has no capabilities. There's no caps component. 14051. Fetch, go to. Right, these guys. Let's add them. Caps, movement 1. Add, and then this guy too. Caps, movement 1. Add. Now they're moving. And no errors. Nice. Is the movement... Oh, we have an error. Is the movement waiting for the server? Yes. So that's why you might be seeing a lag if you're distant from US West Coast where the server is hosted. Local damage reduction. Attempt to perform arithmetic value on nil. Roll damage. Okay, someone was getting attacked. Obviously. There was combat going on. Oh, was it one of you guys attacking the slime? No, it's an NPC attack. Oh, the NPC was trying to attack you. Is that what it is? Yeah, it's crashing on... Oh, because you have no armor, probably. Oh, no, you do have armor. So what's the bug then? Like, I guess I should look for roll damage line 227. How come I can't find that? Oh, it's an NPC attack. NPC attack. Roll damage. Oh, roll damage is in utilities. I remember that now. Try to attack a slime a bunch. It didn't work. Yeah, I think you're triggering script errors. So we'll fix that. Oh, that's interesting. It's trying to send message to players who aren't logged in. Why would it be doing that? Huh. Oh, you don't have to stop. Until it'll be broken until I fix these script errors. I'm just surprised I have them. 227 damage reduction. Roll damage. Oh, are we not including armor all the time? Armor. Character armor or default character armor. Did that not get uploaded to the game? Is that what's going on? Constants. No, it's there. Hold on. Wait a minute. There might... There are some old scripts that maybe are interfering. Let me delete them. So tether, path, movement. Tether, remove. Path, remove. Movement, remove. Aggression, remove. Any more old scripts? Pull aggro is old. Remove that one. Drop aggro is old. And we're good. Something is being attacked, and I'd like to know what. I wonder if these monsters attacking each other. So what if I move them separate them? I think these monsters are attacking each other. No, it's something else. I would like to know who is being attacked right now. Let's put this here. NPC number is attacking entity enemy. There. 51024. Fetch. Go. Wait, what is he attacking? 23,849? What? That entity doesn't exist anymore. 22245. Two 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 four five. Fetch. No such. Oh, they're attacking people who are not logged in. Okay, that's what it is. They're killing all the people who are logged out. And those people, since they haven't logged in yet, they don't have updated statistics like armor. Oh, and armor is missing too. Yeah, that isn't complete. So let me put in a stopgap for these two things. Well, one is a fix, the other one is a stopgap. Where we look up someone's armor, there needs to be a default. Actually, it's in an NPC attack. It's where it is. NPC attack. Okay, we already are doing that. So what is the problem then? Oh, because this is nil. Right. So it should be that or that. That or that. Okay, that should get rid of the original problems. But all the logged out players are being assassinated right now by accident. So let's get rid of this. Oop. Yeah, see, the slimes are busy killing all the players who are nearby. Yeah, I did tin spin. I worked there for about 24.5 years or so. So we need to make sure that enemies players are not enemies if they're gone. So I thought I did that, but I guess it's broken. Oh, it's only if they're dead. Okay, so they have to be both a player and not gone. All right, so I guess I need to get their position. Hold on. No, aggro pulls should not be pulling them if they're gone. So I must have screwed that up. Aggro. Or it's at find enemy. No, that's if they're... Oh, find enemy doesn't do that. Okay, alright, I know where it is. Find enemy doesn't look at the gone field. Yeah. We need to look at that. So, actually, I guess I could do it in NPC enemy. I can do it here. NPC enemy. Players are enemies. Okay, are we a monster? Are we gone? Logged out. So we're going to get the position component. If position.g, then gone is true. Local gone is false. Else. Actually, let's default it to true and then say if not gone, then it's false. Position for entity end. If gone, then return false. There we go. So now the butchery should end. Actually, they're still being attacked. I must have an error somewhere. I want to put this back in here. Yeah, 4740. Show ghosts. It is marked gone. So why is he being attacked? Oh, because he was in the aggro list before? All these people, all these poor players who were logged out were being killed by things. Yeah, there are a lot of players who pulled aggro. You ported your 3D engine to the Pi 4 if you followed ARM with GPU small board computers. I have one right here. Check it out. Let me look. Can you guys see that? Raspberry Pi Zero with a little display adapter on the front. Pi Zero. This ran the Mumble server for a couple years. That's the last time I worked with the Raspberry Pi. This is why software never catch on too complicated. It's only complicated until you figure out what's going on. I'm being rated by Alt F4 Stream. Hey, I rated you and you rated me in return. Thank you very much, Alt F4 Stream. Hey there, Akira Lane. I'm trying to put the latest code that I've been working on the last week into production, And this is only the second time it's happened, but I've updated my game's NPC scripts, and they started then attacking all the players who were logged out who happened to be standing nearby. And I'm trying to recover from that. Evan Yeager, hello. And Pixel Paragon, hello. And someone chatted a little bit. Oh, CMC Passerby, I forgot to say hi to you. That was a while ago. So welcome, folks from Alt F4 stream, or welcome back if you were watching me when I rated the Alt F4 stream. Here's a little intro video to my stream, and also here's a link to this game. You can log into it now, but beware, because these monsters right now are very feral. They are killing people even when they're logged in. Actually, I have it kind of hacked so that right now nothing is being attacked. Instead, I have a hard-coded error message, because there should be no combat right now, and I'm trying to figure out why things are still being attacked when they shouldn't be. It must be this find enemy. Find enemy says if something's an enemy, but that's the thing I was just modifying, right? Enemy is here. And I thought I did this right, but this must not be correct. If we're gone, that's supposed to not be an enemy anymore. Yeah, there you go. Like, everything comes around in a big circle. Don't forget to create a test. I'm trying to it's in production and it's broken, so I'd rather fix production first, then write a test to replicate it. This should return false, which means this should not set that. And so it should find some other enemy. Or return nil, and so it shouldn't go into there. So why are we still moving into there? The only thing I can think of is there's a syntax error when we set this up. NPC and enemy. So I would see that if I ran the unit test now, right? No, so it's no syntax error. Okay. So what could it be? Gone defaults to true. We visit the position component of the entity. If that G flag is false, then set that to false. Oh, wait. It might be that these old entities don't have that flag at all. Show ghosts again so I can see that. Oh no, there's the G flag set to true. I don't get it. Did I get these arguments in the wrong order? No, that's position of the entity. I don't understand this. Oh, wait a minute. There is a syntax error. Aha! Syntax error. I am missing a parentheses right there. Aha! Ha 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 ha! Always make sure you don't have syntax errors before you upload it to the server. And I'm failing a unit test now. Monster versus player. Oh, because the player is probably marked gone? Let's see. The player should be an enemy. Oh, because they don't have a gone flag at all. Hold on. Yeah, so the logic is wrong here. If this is nil, then this will be true, and so it will be not gone. Okay, so it should be... I should just reverse this then, right? This should be it's false. No, hold on. Let's do it this way. If they don't have a position at all, then they're gone. If they have a position, then by default they're not gone unless this is true. Actually, why don't I... What am I doing? This should just be true. This should be gone equals position.g is nil or position.g. There we go. Fixed it. Hopefully there's no more chaos. Cool. No more syntax, no more errors. So I can lift the error here. Turn ghosts off and then see if people get attacked normally. Nope, we have another error. Attack check. Oh, that's probably Steve trying to attack. What's wrong with attack check? Oh, this is still breaking. Shoot. What is up with me? I'm not getting this correct. This should be not equal to nil and. So wouldn't it be better to say it's equal to that is equal to true? Run the unit test again. What is up with this? Nil. So that would be false. That would skip it. What the heck? Not to be dealing with RAF stuff anymore like you were? Or you're done? You're done with the RAF stuff? Nice. I'm not dealing with RAF stuff right now. I'm dealing with my scripts being written poorly. Okay. This should be true because this player entity... Oh, doesn't have a position. Oh, that would be a problem. Give them an empty position. Run it again. Now, what's this one? What's wrong? Oh, they have to have a position too. That's what. Okay. So, that can be empty. There also has to be a position. All these guys have to have positions. But the position doesn't have to have anything in it. Cool. Okay, so that's working, but what's going on in attack check? What's attack check in? Here. $20. Oh, there's a null for that. Oh, this right here. Okay. This should be not equal to null. Do I not have a test for that? Combat test? Oh, because there's no null. Let's put in a null here. Replicate this bug, right? So this should fail now? No? Save, run. It still works? What if I just do that? Then it'll fail, right? I don't get it. How do I reproduce that? Oh, it won't go into there. So what's the error actually then? On line 27. Oh. It won't be reproduced in the test environment because the test environment doesn't have a null value. Unless I actually put one up here. Or put it into common. Null. I do have it there. So, wait a minute. Oh, this is null. Does that mean you can convert a table into a number? I would expect a bad argument Oh, wait. This check is not done in my test framework unless... Yeah, so I need to update this test framework here. The, where is it? Common. This one. This, we need to make sure it's a number. So, moon unit assert equal number for type entity. Then this will fail. There we go. So then here we fix it by making this not equal to null. Then it'll pass. No. Can't call a string value type. Oh, type. Okay, so type name. Then run. Okay, let's recreate the bug again. Make that nil, and this should fail. Make it null, and it passes. Alright. Now can people fight? Wait, Lua is one of the few languages you've not used, but is it really global by default? Things are global by default only if you assign them and they weren't in scope before. But like once you put it in scope like that, like and then use it, it's local because I declared it as local. It's the first assignment. The first assignment is where you specify if it's local or global. After that, when you use it, it just sees it does that. Do I know that name? Is that name in scope? And if it's not set or declared in the enclosing scope, then it first looks in the it'll go to. If it's not declared in the scope, it'll go to the globals. Yeah. So if you want it to be local, you would like at least declare it like that, if not assign it a value before you looked it up. Do you use Lua as HTTP backend? I use C++, but the Lua is hosted inside of it. So I've been showing this a bunch of times today. The main backend of this server is in C++, and in part of the server there's this script host, and the script host includes the Lua headers, and when it's initialized, we make a new Lua interpreter, connect the Lua standard libraries, and then we connect two parts of the game engine into it. Components is the entity component system, which controls all the information about the game. So whether it's an NPC or a player or a spot on the ground, these are all entities with components. So this provides access to the Lua functions to get to that entity component system. And this JSON wrapper is a way to convert between Lua native types and the JSON types, which we use in the entity component system. What seems backwards? What I said before, which I already forgot. Sorry. Okay, let's see if there's any more script errors. I think I'm going to log into the production server with my own account. So let's log in off screen. Okay, there I am. Why am I up here? I don't know. Let's go fight. Hey there, George. Alright, there's a secret wall. Did you see that? Okay, it concerns me that these slimes don't move. Okay, looks like combat works again. Ooh, I got some monies. I would like to know why these slimes don't move. Oh, don't stand there. Actually, let's test the death system. I want to get hit and killed by the slime. Kill him. Oh, now Steve is getting hit instead. Oh, I need to really tune these numbers, don't I? They're almost hardly ever hitting me. 1 damage. Oh, thank you, Steve. One of us needs to die. Okay, there we go. I haven't tried respawn at save point. Let me try that. Yeah, you get teleported back to town. These guys still work, right? Name, job. His name is Bob. Place, troublemakers, guard. There we go. Bye. Okay. And we're back down here. But why do my slimes not move? I don't know. Pick me up and put me over here. these orcs around here move, right? They're wandering around. So there's something wrong about this slimes here, and I haven't figured it out yet. Slime wander area. Yeah, he should be able to wander, but for some reason he's not. What would cause them not to need... Maybe there's a barrier that I'm not seeing? Right here or here? No? I know. Slimy's not dead. Slimy version 2 lives on. Okay, why is this guy not moving? Is he missing some components that I'm not noticing? Aggro range 1, but... By default, they should wander, though. Their tether is reasonable. Next wander time is okay, right? Oh, wait a minute. What's the current time? Actually, the server will tell me it. Yeah, that's in the past, so they should wander. I don't know why they're not, though. Why would they not be? Oh, there's an error. Oh, it was an error when either me or someone else did respawn nearest. Oh, the gold text is broken. Okay, we'll look at that later. When you respawn at the save point, it's supposed to take away some of your gold. Why is this... What if I move him? Move to there. Move over here. They just don't want to move. What if I move him? What if I put him here? Okay, now he's wandering. Wait a minute. Hold on. He shouldn't wander. Oh, because he can't find a path back. He's too far away. The anchor's broken. So I would put him there. Okay, so he has a path back, but he's not moving. Why would that be? He can't move for some reason. His movement capability is okay. What if I put him over here? Yeah, he can't move for some reason. What the hell? This orc is invincible? Oh, these ones are ogres. They're badass. These ones will one-shot you. You gotta be careful about these guys. Well, it looks like they are aggroing and fighting you. It looks like you're gonna get pinned in the corner in a second. Yep, you're doomed. So yeah, they're gonna one-shot you. Do you need rescuing? Or move you to safety. There you go. Let's put you over there in that tranquil hall there. Okay, one thing I want to check. He should not be aggroing. Okay, what about him? Why is he aggroing on 71? Why is he aggroing on Steve? Something's causing his script to stop early. What is it? Just this kind of NPC is broken too. It's not any other kind of NPC. It's so bizarre. They don't have teamwork logic. They're just more difficult. Yeah, these orcs and then these bigger ogre guys, they have ridiculous like abilities. Like I think he's got 31 hit points. He's got 4 armor reduction. So, and his weapon is pretty beefy too. It's like 2d12 plus 6 damage per hit with a 4 to attack bonus. So they hit more frequently. They have 4 points of damage reduction. Actually, their armor's missing. Hold on. Where did I see armor? Oh, armor's part of character now. Right. Thank you for that follow. Oh, they pinned him because they were coming out from different angles and their paths were converging. What is it with this one? It's something here. One thing, the aggro should drop. I don't know why it's not. Baffling. Maybe it's something in the class that I'm missing. Go to the class. Oh, there was armor set. Does it not get copied onto this guy? Oh no, he's got armor. Oh, the path got cleared. Wait. Why did the path get cleared? He couldn't move? That would make sense. It would set the path and then he wouldn't be able to move, so it cleared the path. Well, he's moving one square sometimes. Something is preventing him from moving. And it's not a script error. What is it? And why is he not dropping aggro? Oh, thank you, Akira. Getting darker. Give you a point for that. Chroma. We'll switch to dark chroma key. There we go. You're trapped. Oh no. No, there's a hidden way out over here. You didn't go all the way through the wall here. Hidden wall. You have to go this way and go all the way around, and at the end of this corridor is a false wall that you can step through. Okay, what's up with this slime here? He's stuck. Hey there, Malvex. Oh, I forgot to say hi to a couple people. Alt F4, who rated earlier, I didn't say hi. Hello. And Panastrak, who asked if I use Lua as a HTTP backend. The answer is no. It's just Lua is hosted by the C++ backend. These guys do attack you when you get close, right? So they're running their attack nearest thing, but it's something else. They're bailing out at some other point in the script. So they're doing that. I guess I can just focus on this NPC, 5124, right? I could say if context NPC entity is... yeah, don't kill that guy. He's my test guy, 51024, then... error... would have attacked. Oh, Steve killed him. Steve, you killed my test NPC. Okay, we'll switch to 12990. No. Why is it showing it? Oh, it's showing in random or 51050. That's okay, we switched numbers. Switch to this guy. Yeah, don't kill him. We're using him to test. 5150 pursuit. Yeah, why? So we're getting errors? He's not trying to attack something. Let's check here. Here. Nope. Do we get here, though? Yes. So we get that far, at least. Yeah, we're getting here. No. All right. We're not getting here, are we? Oh, we are. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, we should get here. So it should start pursuing, but for some reason the move is failing. So this shouldn't happen because he should be trying to pursue home. Okay, that's good. Oh, is that it? Is he trying to kill someone? No, it doesn't even have an aggro list, so this shouldn't happen. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Steve. Yeah, you can join in. Just please don't kill my test NPC, or I might have to create a segregated area to test in. All right. Let me see if it's in here. No. I'm guessing it's here. For some reason he thinks he's pursuing it, but he's not. No, that's not it either. Well, what the heck? Is he's never getting that far? He does get there. Okay, does he actually take the path then? Yes. Oh, pursuit continues not functioning. Alright, so we're going into NPC pursuit. It did have it coming, didn't it? I agree, Steve. Could it be that? That's not it. It's probably this then. Yes. Okay. So the move failed. Why did the move fail? This should also be default to false. But NPC move is failing. Here? Yep. Alright. Somehow it's either not permitted or denied to move. I wonder if it's as simple as, did I screw up his tile? No. Did I screw up the background tile? You need a 1, but he has a 1 in his capabilities, so that's strange. Did I have any contact with a GPU design at Qualcomm? No. The closest I had contact with was I knew some of the people who worked on H.265 encoder. That's about it. Other distance calculations had the tile that the NSC is on inclined with 0 distance. This one doesn't. Yeah, for the pathfinding, it starts at the first step is always 1 away. This is different. That's a script host created inside the C++. Makes it proper. Yeah, it does. It's in production too. Yeah. Love how the most efficient debugging method in every language is print here. It's like old school debugging. Actually, you know what the most old school debugging would be, Malvex? It would be to what would it be? To toggle an output GPIO and attach that to a oscilloscope, and that would see a waveform there. Oh yeah, we're hitting there. The GPIO is toggling. All right. Why though? I guess we can put some logic up here. There's only going to be one entity, so let's say if it's here, so permit toString permit, can't type today, comma deny, dot toString deny, there. So movement is denied to that enemy, to that entity. Let's put entity in front. Target entity 172. Wait a minute. That's the wrong target. What? Where's 17202? Oh, I know what's wrong. There are logged out players there. The slime doesn't want to step on a ghost. Okay. That makes more sense. So we need to skip them if they're gone. Actually, it's in this function that's a problem, right? And that is in the game engine, which means I would need to build a patch. So maybe I can work around it for now. Where is that exactly? In here? Yeah, there's no check to see if the target is gone. Okay, so let's do a temporary workaround, which would be we need to get the position component of that target and check if they're gone again. So it's the same thing, same problem I had here. Right here. Is it gone? Is it gone? Logged out. So target entity. If gone, then just skip it. So I probably don't need that anymore, right? Well, let's leave it in there. Okay, cool. So this should actually work now. Hey, there he goes. They're slow. Okay, so the bug all along was that they would not step on spots where players who were logged out were standing. And there are like a ton of players who wandered around this area. So that's why the slimes couldn't step anywhere, because there's a whole bunch of logged out players. Whereas over here, there are more holes, so these guys could walk around freely. But now we lifted the requirements down. Now they're stepping on all of the logged out players. So... that was a doozy. Do I want to mark that? Do I want to test for that in here, or should that be built into there? I think it should be built into there, which is in the game engine. So to fix that would be to go to where that is again. This one. Actually, there should be a unit test for this in the engine. More like parallel cores. Note to self, slimes are afraid of ghosts. Yes, they are. Deathly afraid, apparently. Is this the test? Yes. So I need to add... oh, I already have a player logged out. Did I just not run that? No, that actually passes. So this is obviously broken. What did I do wrong here? They have a position. Oh, they don't have a player component. That's the problem. There needs to be a player component. That was missing. Right there. That was missing the whole time. Is there some gameplay that does things to logged out users? Yeah, there were bugs, Tinspin. So about an hour ago, all of the logged out players were subject to be attacked by NPCs because of a bug. So a lot of characters got killed. Fortunately, respawning is free. So anybody who logs in, it'll say that they're dead, and then they just respawn for free. Why are they there? Because we need to remember where to put them when they log back in. Can I give you gear? I haven't done the gear stuff yet. In fact, you can get the sword in the game, but you still can't equip it because I haven't done that yet. Haven't finished the inventory system yet, or created gear items. That should be in the database. The fact that they're logged out and where they were, yeah, it's just the way I chose to put it in the database. The way I chose to put it in the database is that hold on, let's pick one. Their position component has a flag called G for gone that's set to true when they're gone. So the alternative, what I used to do, was even more problematic, and that's where when you logged out, you would be teleported to a special logged out zone. That was rife with problems. Yeah, I know, there's no database alt-fr. So the database is the entity component system, and the way that we mark that characters are logged out is we put the gone flag. The alternative, which was to teleport you to a logged out zone, had even more problems. So, the other reason that I wanted to do it this way was I would want to see where players are logged out. So for example, let's say I decided to overhaul this zone. like if I wanted to delete this area, I know now that there are a bunch of people logged out here that I got to relocate them, right? So move that guy there, move him there, move him there, and now I can overhaul this area, right? Move that character there. So now I've cleared out all the people who are logged out. So if they log in, they'll be in this room. Now I can delete this room if I want. Why don't you just use a simple JSON file database? I sort of am. My own handwritten one. Yeah, well, I'm instead probably just going to migrate it out of JSON to be binary, both for the performance and also the size benefit. The whole state of the game is stored as one huge JSON object, which completely floored Alta 4 stream earlier, but it's true. Right now it's all in JSON. It will be binary eventually. Right now it's JSON, but it's just a temporary thing. Just don't get too excited. It's not going to stay JSON forever. It's just while we're debugging. You have every object as a file. In my game, the objects are pretty small, right? If we're just looking at the slime, that's all he is. So I could have each object in a separate file, but there's really no point. It's faster to just have it all in one file and just deserialize the whole dang thing. Yeah, it is the other way around. I would think that the overhead in opening a lot of the files and enumerating them would outweigh the benefit of keeping the files small. Oh no, don't die. Whoever you are, player 672. Have to format the file system with more inodes? Yeah. Alright. So the slimes are fixed, and now they're proliferating. I think it's time to update George's script. Also, I don't want him to wander so far. So let's set him up with... oh, I need to remember what the variables are. Thank you for that follow, by the way. What are the variable names again? Tether min, tether max. Tether max of... Let's have him not go too far away. How about 5? And tether min 2. So now he'll head back home. And he should hang out in this area. And now let's update his script so that he can lead us out of the dungeon. So if the destination is 06 and he'll return to 00, then I can do kind of what I did before, right? In the... Oh, not Bill the Tiger. I want George the Guide. Help. Yes. So I want to grab the other script that I made for the test environment. Here. No. It was this other one. This one. I want to grab that and update it. Is this the one I had? Oh, but I need that other oh, that script actually should be in here now. Hold on. Let me look. Oh, the text thing is still broken. I need to fix that. Yeah, so this script is already in place. So let's say this is the way out. Actually, I don't want to edit it in here. I want to put it in here. Here's the way out. Here's the way out. Stay safe. And then after chatting that, I want to have it generate the new path. So that would be NPC, again, guide this line. And have it guide, or not guide, but travel. I want him to travel back. What's the travel script look like again? Entity checkpoints on completion. Entity is target. No, context NPC entity. And then checkpoints is just head back to 00. And then I don't need an on completion script, so just keep it simple like this. There we go. So after he's done, he's gonna go back to base. So then this script here would be start, and that's target, and then player, and then go to this coordinate 0, 6. 0, 6. Okay, I don't want to edit in there anymore. It's painful. George, wait, timeout, and completion, right? So there we go. Save. All right, let's talk to George now. Talk to George. And say, help. Yes, lead me out. Follow me. And he's broken. Okay, what am I missing? Oh, I have a syntax error. Oh, commas are missing. In here. Save. And try again. Help. Lead me out. Yes. Okay, there he goes. He's leading me out of the dungeon. This was completely broken a while ago. So this is the idea that he would guide you out of the dungeon. Maybe he would stop at certain checkpoints. Oh, where's he going? Why'd he go back there? Oh, his tether. He exceeded his tether, and then he returned to the mobile anchor. So I need to increase the tether range, or reduce the aggro range. And you should get to the end and say, here's the way out, stay safe. And then the travel didn't work. What happened there? And didn't get an error. What happened? That should have worked. I don't know why they didn't work. Let's just execute this directly. That, and then he is entity 13105, right? No. Actually, I don't know what entity he is. 18145. Send. Okay, that's interesting. So now he's going back, and we can follow him back. But it didn't get triggered before for some reason. Yeah, he just stood there. He shouldn't just stand there. It's wiping the floor with these monsters. Hey, I want that gold. I snagged it. Okay, and then he's back to base. Wait, why did he say here's the way out? Oh, shoot. We never clear that on completion. I forgot to clear it. Is it NPC entity? Yes, it is. So, what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. Why is there gold? Did you just drop your gold? I'll pick it up for you. Thank you. I don't need the gold, though. That's weird. It should have executed that, which is what I did. When I did it manually, it worked. Okay, what if I hard code the number in there for now? 18145. 18145. It is updating it. There's still an error with that. We'll get to that. Let's try this again. Talk, help. Yes, lead me out. There he goes. George, lead the way. He's awesome with his weapon, so take care of these slimes in no time. Clearing the way out. My gold. Here's a way out, stay safe, and then he stopped. Oh, I wonder if it's being cancelled because the on completion is being done first. Is that what I did wrong? Okay, what happens when we get to the end? That would be what? Let me just look for on completion. Look, here it is. Oh, yeah. No, wait a minute. Oh, it's already set it to null. No, but then us setting it again should have overrode it, right? Yeah, why doesn't that work? Hold on. So, I guess I can look at his current state and see what should he be doing. Yeah, those are not cleared right now. Travel is not set. Guiding is still set. Okay. The travel's been cleared. You're in a dialogue with him if it matters? Yeah, if you're in a dialogue with him, he won't move. So that'll show up as interact here. Actually, you're not in a dialogue with him. If you were, then you no longer are. If you're in a dialogue with him, the interact would show your entity number. So like if I start talking to him, now oh, wait. What? Is that broken? Hold on. Hold on. Wait a second. The interact list is not being updated. Mine is... Oh, wait a second. I see what the problem is. His interact is not the correct type. There. Fixed. Now he can't... Now he shouldn't be able to move when you talk to him. Now... His interact list is tied up with my entity now. Thank you for noticing that, Steve. That's an important bug. So if you should be able to talk to him too. See, now we're both talking to him. So if I stop talking to him, now only you're talking to him. He'll still stand still, but the thing I'm wondering about is this exit script travel start should have... Oh, it modifies it directly. That's the problem. It modifies it directly, but it gets overridden. Okay, I know what I did wrong then. We can't do travel start from within that callback. I have to do a different thing. So I guess I can do this directly. I can say context delta NPC dot travel equals 00. And that's it. Yeah, travel back to home. Yeah, that'll work. So let's reset him. To reset him, I just... hold on. I could just do this now. Lua travel start 18145. Go home, George. There he goes. Yeah, that's right. We don't have it yet. That was the idea of someone yesterday, I think. It was Toulouse, I think, suggested that... Where did he suggest it? Yeah. NPC should eventually stop a dialogue player if they just idle. That there'd be a limit to how long you could hold up an NPC. So I'm going to cheat and move myself back. And try this again. Help. Yes. Follow me. By the way, if he's following along and you actually engage him in conversation again, he will stop. But as soon as you're done, he'll continue. So it's like it freezes him in place. I also wanted to make it so that they're invulnerable. So that an NPC you're talking to can't be killed while you're talking to them. Because I think that would be sort of weird. Okay, there we go. So I fixed it. So now he's heading back to base after saying here's the way out. But there's probably still some errors, right? Yeah, so he still thinks he's guiding me. And now he just gave up on me. So the guiding isn't being cleared. Because I didn't do that properly. Where's the right place to do that? Here, I think. Either that or there's some place where we do NPC guide stop. Abort. That's abort. Which clears that. So where do we set that? We only set it on abort. Okay, so that's the problem. All of these need to be cleared. Yeah, so we need to clear all of these when we reach the end here. Actually, there's two places where it has to happen, right? Oh, you know what? We can do it in the one place where we detect travel has been set to null. Didn't I do that up here? I had like a... Yes, that. So pursuit stop, we could do it in there too. Well, actually, that's not the right place to do it. How much time do I have? Another couple hours? I need to clean up the way I am turning off pursuit and travel and stuff like that. I need to centralize it, really. Travel stop is to immediately cancel it. Guide stop is the same way. It's to guide abort, really. Yeah, when we stop traveling, we should do guide abort. I don't like this code here. Because what if we were fighting pursuing a monster and the travel got cancelled? Yeah. Really, we should have a specific state variable, or at the very no. This can be called at any point. I should just have it set a state variable like stop traveling or something. Right? See, Steve, you'd have to stay logged in, by the way. If the moment you log out, all the dialogues you're in get canceled, or the dialogue you're in gets canceled, and then it would free up George. So the only way to trap him by the stairs forever is to stay logged in talking to him. All right. I could do this. Let me check in what I have so far, though. Oh, and I forgot to... Shoot, I forgot to tag what I had on the... Let me tag what I had on the server that I actually built. Not that window. Not this one. Get tag back 1330 get push tags. And nothing else changed, I hope. Okay, what's going on with Git? It's just slow? Yeah, nothing else changed. So we'll keep that window just in case I need it. I'm gonna pull the tag here. And check in these fixes. Ooh, I didn't realize I fixed that many things. Okay, yeah. Correct tile set for slime NPC for production. That had a test there. Combat. Fix bug iterating player inventory. Empty slots are now marked by null, not nil. Okay, this was a... Where's the test? Oh, that's the test. That's the test, and the accompanying code is where? Oh, I never fixed that. I put it in the test, but never actually fixed it, right? Yeah, I never fixed it. So let's go fix it. The fix is here where we need to get the position of the entity. Right, so I need the position store entry. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Let's try that again. Position store entry. We don't want to return 0. Actually, we do. They have to have a position anyway. All right, get mobility. I guess we can do an early out. If the entity is marked gone, it should be ignored. So if... we have to actually look it up. This one... pause component entry is pause store entry find target entity. Else. What does 0 mean again? That means... Oh, actually, what do we... It's nil and nil? I shouldn't be returning 0 early, should I? I should be doing neither permit nor deny. Actually, that's what we'll get when we return 0. But they won't be 0. They'll be nil nil instead of 0 0. So I really should do that in all these other places too. I hate doing it this way, this repetition. The only other way would be a go-to, or I guess I could have this call another function which tells us one of 3 enumerated values, and then that translates to the one of these 3. Kind of like access check. Maybe we'll do that later. I just want to be lazy right now. There. Being lazy. Actually, it's either of these 2 and there's no else. So it's either that or Boolean of that second key position gone. So if the entity doesn't have a position in the world, or it has a position in the world and it's marked gone, then ignore the entity. There we go. So this is changing the C++ part of the engine, so I have to actually compile it, link it, And if I wanted to deploy it, I would have to make a new package and upload it and all that junk. So, oh, it's still broken? 2048. False. Oh, these guys don't have a... This guy doesn't have a position. Other NPC probably doesn't have a position at all. Yeah. They need to. Logged out, logged in, other NPC. All of these need to have a position. So, position for the other NPC. Position for the ground. And position for the wall. Just so they're not marked gone. There we go. There we go. Make sure I didn't break anything by running all the tests in this group. Alright, good. Good enough for me. There's the fix to go along with this test. So, fix... It's not giving me the right title for this. It's... this one. Fix... Well, it's that. Fix bug in entities marked gone. So if an entity does not have a position in the world, or has a position but is marked gone, ignore that entity. There we go. And this was to provide positions for this test here. Right. NPC enemy. Do not consider gone entities as enemies. Commit that. All right, now movement script. Same thing. So, NPC move. Do not consider gone entities as blocking. Commit that. Okay, pursued. I didn't really need to set that flag, I guess. I guess initialize NPC pursued. Continue. Initialize moved local variable. So that it has some value. Okay, that was going along with one of these other things, right? This one. Right, because... Actually, no, these are separate bug fixes. I forget what that went along with. It wasn't attack, was it? Or that? I can't remember which one it was. So this is NPC script tests. Require entity to be a number. Require entity given to that to be, and that's long. So I'm going to say fix bug in NPC test scripts. Script test fixture. Commit. Alright, so NPC George, have the guide return to base after guiding. Attack. I'm not going to bother making a test for this. Fill in missing Dex armor attributes of target. And this is NPC AI fill in default for next, was it next wander time? Yeah. Cool. Up to date. Oh, I guess I died. George is held up. Oh, that's a glitch. This scrolled. Is that scrolled because I was... Oh, if you hold the number key while you have the mouse over it. His interactions, I don't know how it became an object, but it should have been an array. I'll have to look into how that happened. I don't know how it happened. What are we now? What's George doing now? He's standing there. Oh, you're talking to him, I see. You're holding him up. um... Oh, you released him. We could follow him back. Again with the arrow key thing. Is it if the mouse is over here and you hold the arrow key up? Or is it if I click here and then use the arrow key? Yeah. You can't give this thing the focus because if you do, then holding the arrow key up scrolls. Oops, don't fight me. There we go. Okay, he's going back. Oh, he teleported. Or he made 2 moves. Wonder how that happened. Okay, it was a combination of the tether pulling him back and then he was traveling, I think. Okay, I know what I was going to do next. After checking all that stuff in, I need to clean up how we stop traveling and guiding. So let's start the travel level. It's instead of clearing the travel checkpoint list. Let me think about this. We need to at least clear the completion script too. And do we want to call the completion script? Or do I want to have like an on abort script for travel too? I don't know yet. Maybe I need to take a break and think about that. Let me take a couple minutes break. How much longer am I streaming for? What do my schedules say? Oh, right, this is supposed to be a 4-hour stream, so another 40 minutes. Let me take a couple minute break, just to clear my head. I'll be right back. I'm back a minute early. I think I know what I want to do here. I think I do want completion just to always be called when we stop traveling. So this travel stop should call the completion script. But the completion script, we want to give it the context. So I think what I'll do is have stop not just null out the travel. We'll have it set a flag that will trigger the travel to be stopped on the next turn of the NPC. Yeah. So that means I'm adjusting this script here. So we'll expect not that the travel is set to null, but that a new flag gets set stop travel, or travel stop, be set to true. Stop travel true. Oh, travel stop. Travel stop. Okay. So then we should have another one where travel is stopped at the integration level. So up here. That's what I had in mind for this. Right, so what if we reach the end and there's no more checkpoints? What was I doing in travel for that? Okay, that's wrong then. So I need to update that one as well. And then I need to move where the completion script is done. This should really be abort, not stop. Yeah, let's rename that. Then it's in line with how the guard stuff works. This is abort. Okay, why is that? That's weird. It's not lighting up. Pass or fail. Okay, now it's working. I had to reload. Okay, so that's abort. Okay, so I want travel stop to be what is called, with the subroutine that's called from the top level. So let's make that a separate thing. And yeah. Stop. So that's given a context now. And then so what language did I use in NPC guide test again? Abruptly. Abruptly stop traveling. Oh, okay, fine. Oh, does guide abort actually call it immediately? Oh, that's called from the context too. Dang it. Okay, so this should be called stop, not abort. Let me just rename that right now. Yes. And then this should not say abruptly. This should say just stop. Well, stop guiding the client, yeah. But then I have it called on abort. I don't know. I'm waffling back and forth. Hey, the Storm Drag one. You were looking before, right? And now you're back? Oh, I never said hi to Lankens or Swareagle. That was a while ago. How long ago was that? Oh, I did say hi. How come my stream helper? Oh, I said hi in the last stream. It's 16:37. Yeah. So hi again at stream 2. All right. Just stop lurking. You've unlurked yourself. I'm trying to keep these naming conventions consistent. So the functions that take context are to be called from are subroutines of the main NPC script. They're not supposed to be called from outside. The ones that don't take a context like start are to be called outside. So the stop, if I have stop, it would be called from the outside. This is not. So I think I do want to call that abort. Yes. Replace. Okay. And travel start should have a travel abort. Yeah. Oh no. Should have a travel stop. I have these flipped. That's the problem. That's stop. So start and stop are balanced because they both take an entity reference. Abort is if it's aborted from the integration level. Thank you for that follow. And I don't have a guide stop. That's the problem. I don't think I need a guide stop right now. Let's go on without it. So travel test, it should be a stop. And it is not too abrupt, but just stop traveling. Well, signal the NPC to stop traveling. So it's basically to set this travel stop flag, right? And I gotta reload this, I guess, again. And it should match that. What's the bug here? Oh, that should say stop. Also, I don't need the setup, do I? I don't need any of that stuff. It's just setting that flag, it's all it's doing. So, yeah, we're good. All right, so then when that is set in the AI level, we should call travel abort. Right. And that should be like right here. If we are to stop traveling, abort the current travel. If we are to stop traveling, do it now. So if context NPC travel stop, then I'm going to do a travel stop, which should call pursuit stop. Or travel abort, which should do... Let's not call it travel stop because it's misleading. Let's call it travel, let's call it just travel abort. That matches up, right? So stop sets the abort flag. If abort, then call it with the context. So now I just need a test for that. What happens when it's aborted? So let's put one here. Okay, see ya, Storm Drag 1. So if the comment for this is signal the NPC to stop traveling, this one would be well, stop the NPC from traveling. So this is abort. I'm already getting confused about the naming convention. Aborted. Oh, wait a minute. I don't need to do that. Or do I? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. NPC pursuit has a stop, right? Yes. It's. I wonder why. Why did I put it at the top, though? Right, so that is stop. So this should be pursuit stopped. This is NPC pursuit stop. It just takes a context in. We should just moon unit expect equal context for context in. Mark that it stopped, and then do we call it completion routine at this point? Yeah. Travel had a completion routine? It did. Okay. So if there was a completion routine, travel. I'm thinking about actual. Never mind. Stop. No, abort. That will call pursuit stop, which and then also call the completion routine. So a bunch of things we should go to null. This is where all of the previous things we were saying to null should be done. Where was I doing all that stuff? That should be set. So should the completion routine on completion. I think we'll say guiding is a subset of traveling. So if we're stopping traveling, we're also stopping guiding. So that means I should also clear the guiding flags. So guiding. Or wait a minute. Maybe the guiding can have an on-completion which clears everything. Yeah, that would be smarter, wouldn't it? So let's just... Why do I have pursuit... Oh, this should be pursuit stopped. And this should be true. Alright, so that's what I want. I want those things to happen. This technically doesn't matter. None of that matters. Run that. Travel abort. Should say context delta NPC travel is null. And okay, where's the on completion done? There. So this should also call NPC travel abort. Because why? We have reached our destination context. So then this is also done down here. And then we should set it first. So really I need to offload that. I just need to first get on completion, because setting in the delta to null also has a side effect of removing it from the context because of the meta method I made. Meta table I set up for context. So this should be if on completion, then call it, load it and call it. So we get a copy of it, then we clear everything. Then if we had one, we call it. And I think that's it. Oh, we need to call pursuit stopped. We want to call that first. We see pursuit stop. Context. There we go. All right. All right. All right. Oh, also, we should expect that that stopped flag is cleared as well. Travel abort. Yeah. That should be cleared as well. All of these flags. Okay, cool. So let me recap. If you do NPC travel stop, it sets the travel abort flag, and then the next tick, it'll get into here, call abort. Abort gets a copy of the completion routine reference, stops the current pursuit, clears all the travel flag, all the travel state, and then if we had a completion routine, we call it. So far, so good. I broke a move, I guess. What happened here? What? Oh, one of these is not a number. Which one? Hold on. Why is this calling entity component of type? What? Oh, shoot. These all have to... Hold on. This common setup I did for that. Where was it again? Oh, it now requires there to be a position. So... Hold on. Wait, what? Destination 6, -4... Why are we calling visitor twice? Oh, we're not passing anything in. It's going to pass something in. The target entity. Okay, so that needs to be an entity number. Oh, this is a little bit more complicated now, isn't it? We have to pass an entity number because it's going to turn around and call with entity component type and expect there to be a position. So, do I have any of this in the common setup? I do not. I guess I can set it up. Set up an entity with a position not marked gone for use in the tests below. So, game common or game components position. So we need a entity. So entity, well, test entity. I don't know, 42, and then position of that test entity is just an empty structure. That's all we need. So then in all of these where we have visitor, we just pass the test entity. I forget why I called it twice. Oh, because it's going to call this function twice. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, wherever we have this visitor empty parentheses, I'm going to want to put the test entity. There, fixed it. Okay. Continue at last checkpoint. Oh, right, we expected it to do that. So it's not going to do that anymore, right? It's going to call NPC travel abort. So I'm going to want to mock that. Right? So, that means I don't need to do that. So I'm going to remove that. Instead, say NPC travel abort is a function that takes a context local travel aborted, or just aborted, is false, and set it to true here, and then assume that it is set. So that expect true travel aborted, and I don't need to check those things. There we go. Fixed it. All right. So then how the guiding works, when we set up the travel start, I need to put a completion routine there that will end up calling NPC guide abort when it's done. Well, or at least this much of it. And this is in the wrong order too. Yeah, I need to fix this. So this needs to be done first. This we need a local variable for. Equals that, and then that replaces these two. So that first we start with everything clear, and then that script could set those things up again, which we want to allow. All right. Okay, so when the travel completes, we want to do this much. Hold on. We want to clear that stuff. And also we're missing one here, right? On completion. Wait a minute. Oh, right now we're only tunneling it through to travel start? So that's wrong, right? Hold on. Travel had... Okay, so there's a mismatch here. For travel, there's just one callback called on completion. Abort has two callbacks, abort and completion. This should be like NPC travel complete. And I think there should be a shared function that clears all these things out. Yeah, okay, so... So let's add on abort for travel. When would we ever call that? When is travel abort called? It's called if we're told to stop, if we reach the end, and that's it. Okay, so we're told to stop if it's called externally. That's right, I added that. If we're told to stop externally, yeah. Okay, so I need to make it more, yeah, okay. Convincing myself that guide is like a superset of travel. So they should look this. They should have the same kind of look. There should be a guide stop, which matches guide start. Well, okay, I don't need it now, but it should work the same way. There should be a flag that gets set, right? Actually, no. We can just travel stop can trigger. Could be this what you do to also trigger guide stop, and guide stop could just simply call travel stop. I want to just throw that in here. So guide test could have just like travel test does, signal the NPC to signal the NPC to stop guiding the client. And this is guide stop. And really this ought to be before abort. So it should go here. All right. And I don't need this stuff, right? I don't need any setup. I just need to mock NPC travel stop is a function that takes what? An entity in and guide stop also takes an entity. All right, so we need an entity. Local entity. Do I have one outside here? I mean, I guess I could use that. I'm just going to put it in here. Entity is 42. Moon unit expect equal entity for entity in. And we're also going to have local stopped as false. Make sure it's called by expecting it to be true. There. That doesn't need to be called, and this is entity. Done. So, implementation. Was it before abort? No, it's after. Okay, so that should have the tests in the same order too, right? If abort and then stop, and then the way this works is it just calls NPC travel stop entity for now. Then the test should also have stop be the last down here. And the same thing in travel. That should be, the stop should be last. So take that and put it down here. All right, reload again. Let's run all of our tests. Okay, they're all passing. That's good. Okay, so the guide has a abort and completion, so should travel. Local on abort. Feels bad, man. So let's put that first. Just like guide also has it first. Right here. Okay. And just expect it to be stored. Oh, I have to be careful here. There are two sets of completion routines, right? Two sets of completion routines. So this should be like on travel abort and completion. So let's look for on abort and let's let's give them specific names. Oh, there's a lot of them. Okay. Travel. No, this is guide. Guide, wait. And then for abort here, what are we going to do? Right, these need to be like functions that we make. So on travel abort, on travel completion. So local on travel abort is a function that takes a context. Correct? We're giving the context on the completion routines? Oh no, these are supposed to be strings. Dang it. Yeah, because they're stored. They can't be... Okay, so what string do I want? It would just be... well, I guess it's going to be NPC guide travel aborted. ... Actually, then I can just fill them in here. And completed. That means I need routines for these. Which... I guess... So if travel is aborted... What do we do? We want to look up and call... Oh, wait a minute. Why can't I... No, we want our own routine that calls and looks up that routine. Right. And also clears our own state. So where is that? So this should just pass through also, shouldn't it? And we should wait for the aborted. Yeah. Okay. So like function NPC guide travel aborted context and then completed completion. Completion or completed? Looks like I wasn't consistent on that. What is it in travel? Completion. Completion. I don't like how inconsistent that is. Can I replace that everywhere? Within the Lua? I don't know. Actually, let's not touch that one. Let's X that. Well, should be on abort, right? Well, okay. Let me fix the names later. I don't get too confused. Aborted and completion for now. So both of these are going to call a common function, which can be local. NPC guide. I don't know. Stopped. Guide travel stopped. And that's where we're going to move all these things. There. And if it's aborted, we want to do this part of it. Remove that. So call that there. Oops. And that's on guide abort. On guide completion. It's on completion. With the comma. Completion. Oh, I put it in the wrong spot. Okay, these three should go up here. There we go. So there are 5 variables associated with guiding. If it's either aborted or completed. So here, it's on completion. And here it's on guide, abort, or completion, right? Okay. Either way, we stop by clearing all these variables, and we're going to call either the abort or the completion callback. This should do what? This should forward it to NPC travel abort. Yes, context. And that's it. So, hold on. I need to update the unit tests. Okay. So it doesn't matter if it's got a callback or not. So I get rid of these. Abort is simply going to forward to travel abort. So these don't matter at all. None of this matters. It's just going to be NPC travel abort is a function, takes a context. Aborted is true. End local aborted is false. Clear all this stuff out. Make sure that is true. Done. So that just forwards it. So it's like a subclass. Guide is like a subclass of travel, or it's forwarding it. And so it is stop. So it's symmetrical there. And then on the callbacks, we clear our variables out, but we also then relay it to the outer callback. So when we start, we're providing we're saying use our functions for abort and complete, but we're saving all of these 3. Sounds good. So Start sets all of that, and what do we expect? It should go into guide, abort, and then there's one missing, guide completion. And it should call travel start, and these strings should be here. And there's an abort too. Oops. On the other way around. On abort equals that, and then on completion is that. So travel start has an on abort too now. All right. Let's test that. Reload. And have a syntax error somewhere. Syntax error near context in guide line 161. What? Context. Oh, this should be that equals a function. There we go. All right. So abort is working. I haven't updated travel, but let me see. Start is good. All this work. Actually, what's? Yeah, those are the subroutines. Begin waiting with callback without callback. How did this work again? It's either set or it's not set. Abort and stop just forward. Okay, so we're done with the guide. So travel test has an abort and a completion. Okay, so this needs to be updated because they're not stored in the correct places. This should be on travel completion, and there's also an on abort. On travel abort equals that. All right. So this should be on travel completion and on travel abort. This is copied there. And then I need to have separate completion thing, right? Yeah. And we'll do the same technique here where I have a stopped on travel stopped. And we'll move in these to clear all the variables out. Call it here. So that pursuit could also be done here. All right. And then I'll need a travel, actually travel complete is up here. Can I can put it there and call it from the other place on travel complete. Actually, let's have abort before complete because that matches here, right? No, it's aborted. Yeah, aborted first and then complete. Complete, yeah. The names don't quite match, but it's close enough. So this would be on abort. So it's just a different completion routine. All right. And this would be on travel complete now. Which stops and does all the things that we wanted to do. So that should pass now. Continue not at so let's just run them all. Okay. So the last checkpoint, yeah, those are a little bit different now, right? So last checkpoint, it should not call the abort one, it should call the actually I guess we can have both of them in here. How? Oh. Yeah, we need to have complete and a... Yeah, it says that it's not... So this should be a false and the other one should be a true then. Complete. So this would be completed. And this is the wrong thing. This should be aborted. True, false aborted, true completed. This is complete. All right, run that. Good. Let me do the same thing, have these both down here for abort. Oh, we should also put in the completion routine. This is the wrong routine too. This should be on travel completion. On travel abort. Okay, so all these things that are set to null, we should expect, and pursuit should be stopped too. I didn't check any of these things, did I? What am I doing with start? It shouldn't start in the last checkpoint. It should be doing stop. Oh, we'll make sure it doesn't get called. That's what it was there for. Okay, so this should also be... It didn't start, but it should be that there's a stop. Pursuit stopped. And so we're going to replicate that and call this stopped. And this is pursuit stop. And pursuit stop takes just a context, which I actually didn't check here. We should be doing that. There and there, moon unit expect equal context for context in. All right. Actually, I guess this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. So we don't actually care about any of those parameters. This one, though, matters. So expect that it got called. Check the context. Make sure completed was called. All right. Then for abort, we should have that its stop is called. Yeah, so I have that in there already. And then let's put in the... Wait a minute. Oh, I should have separate subroutines for... I should have separate tests for these ones. Ah, my goodness. Yeah, so let me have another unit test, please. So, like down here. What are we going to call this one? Test that abort clears all the variables and calls a callback. So this is internal too. Or wait a minute, no it's not. This one is, sort of, but it doesn't need to be. Okay. Wait a minute, I'm getting confused. This is the test for abort. I don't have a stopped though. That's the thing. Well, that's local. What am I thinking? I don't have one for complete. Oh no, complete is this one. What am I thinking? Okay. This should be called up here if I put that anywhere. Where do I want to put it? Maybe after? Yeah. And this should be complete. On travel complete, right? Completion. So we want foo called true down here. And here's the abort callback. It should be called too. All right, and then all these things that get nulled, we need to check in both places. So what are we nulling? Travel abort, and then on travel completion, and then on travel abort. All of these are nulled. Missing some things here. I think I see what I'm missing. So this oh wait, no. What is that then? Oh. Then I don't need to do this one. This should be a separate test. Travel complete. Sure, fine. Similar to abort, actually. So what if I just take abort and copy it? So this is stop the NPC from traveling. This is the NPC reaches final destination. And this is complete. Complete should call travel stopped, which will call pursuit stop, which is what we're checking here, and it should also call on travel completion. So this is on travel complete. Should stop pursuit. Should null all these things. Should call foo. So then this doesn't need to check this right here. Okay, I think I got it. So if we reach the last checkpoint and we're told to continue, then it should stop pursuit, clear all the variables, call the completion callback. If we tell it to abort, it should clear all the variables, stop the pursuit. So a lot of the same things here, and call our registered callback, and then complete does the same thing, only it calls the other registered callback. Okay, so I think this is good. I just have this feeling I'm missing something. Continue at last checkpoint is doing what? 142. Pursuit stopped is not called. Okay. Travel continue. It should have gone here and called travel complete. The only thing I can think of is the order of these being defined matter. So let me put that above here. Try again. Wait, why did that fail now? Oh, yeah, okay, so it does matter. So this yeah, well, of course this one matters. This one needs to be up here. Okay, it didn't matter for this one, though. Alright, so I'm going to assume that that's a wrong assumption. So there's something else going on with this test. It should go into there, which should grab on travel completion. Oh, we don't actually have that set, do we? Hold on, what's the bug? What's the test result failure here? And what happened just now? It all got cleared. 142. Stopped. Pursuit stop. Is that not being called here? Travel stopped. Pursuit stop. So it should have called it. It didn't. Okay. Careful. Let's look at this more carefully. Travel is set. Pursuit start and pursuit stop are assigned. Then we call it. Position X matches the next travel. So it should go into here. This it should skip because there's only one thing in the list and we started at 2. So it should go into this L. So it should call travel complete. Which we have mocked here. So it should be set completed to true. Oh, that's why. It's not calling the real travel completed. So none of this other stuff will happen. Pursuit won't get stopped. Yeah, that doesn't get called directly from that anymore. So none of this happens. So that's what we want to check. Cool. All right. All my tests passed. I feel really on edge though about it actually working. Okay, when we do guide start, we can provide 3 routines. That's what we were doing before anyway. So just test it live in production. So where am I? Am I still logged in, or did it log me out due to inactivity? I got logged out due to inactivity. Let's log in again. Here I am. All right, let's talk to George. Help. Yes, lead me out. Follow me. Okay, he doesn't tap his foot to wait. So I don't know why that is. He should be printing a message saying, I'm waiting for you or something like that. So I guess I messed that one up. You test all your code in production? Good for you, Space Cowboy 121. Okay, so the callbacks are broken, it looks like. What state is the NPC in? All the completion routines are still in there. He's still supposed to be traveling to 06, even though he's gotten there already. Hello, Killaroo, and hi, Space Cowboy 121. Just trying to clean up some last little details about my NPC scripts, and I broke it. Supposedly he's traveling and guiding at the same time, but the path has been cleared. Okay, let me fix the first problem is that okay, let's remove the travel and remove the on. This is a problem. It shouldn't be on completion. That's probably old. Let's remove it. Let's remove all these old ones. No longer guiding me. Sure. And let's put the anchor back on 00. He should then go over there right now. There he goes. I'm doing okay, Killaroo. It's sort of a long day for me. Fridays now are 7-hour streams. Well, 3-hour and 4-hour with a 2-hour break in the middle, so some of the scripts work. So like George will go back to his home base and he'll attack any enemies that get in his way. I'm glad you're okay. And some of my scripts are working, some of them are broken. So let me think about what's going on with the completion scripts. When you ask him for help and you say yes, he does this script, which is that should match this guide start. Entity, the two entities, the checkpoints to go on, which we verified are correct, and then the 3 completion routines: wait, timeout, and completion. It's supposed to store them in these 3 places. Oh, we changed the name of that, right? Maybe I didn't change it in all the right places. Oh, that's what it was. Hope you stay hydrated. Got my water right here. All right, so this means that the test is wrong here. Okay. This just checked to make sure it put it in, but I guess I never checked to make sure it actually called it. Oh, here it is. This is the bug. So this should be on guide wait, right? Because we changed the name of that variable. Yeah. All right. So that's broken. So let's fix it. Down in here. Begin, here it is. So this should be on guide wait. Run it, fixed. Okay, what else are we missing? Those are okay. That's okay too. These are all okay. All right, so let's run them all. Good. So at least the wait script should work. Let me pull my pull my character up here again to just to jump back. We'll talk and say help. Yes. Okay, he does the wait thing. It says George impatiently taps his foot waiting for you if you get too far away from him. Because he's supposed to be guiding us, right? So if he'll wait up to 5 seconds before giving up. But probably the completion script is broken, right? Pick up that money. All right. He's very efficient at guiding us through the dungeon, don't you think? Okay, so the completion script is broken. He should have said this is the way out and he should have started heading back, and that didn't happen at all. What state is he in right now? All the routines are set, the travel is set, and he's standing on the correct position. So it just didn't trigger at all. It should trigger in the integration level, so I might have screwed that up. Oh, he stopped pursuing, right? Where do we call stop pursuit? That's for the anchor. That's for an enemy. Okay, where else do we call it? We call it in travel stopped. So if we abort or complete it, but then it should have called the completion routine, and it didn't. Unless, did I misspell those? On travel abort, on travel completion, on travel abort, on travel completion. Well, it never got in here because it would have nulled out the travel, which it didn't. So it just never called travel complete for some reason. Is it possible it can't call it because it's not defined until down here? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I can't call it there unless it's defined above. I'm gonna guess that that's the problem. So to simulate, actually I don't need to simulate. Just move all these 3, right? Just move them all. Stopped, abort, complete, and just move them above the continue. Paste. And he's still stuck. How do I kick him? Where does it call travel continue? Right here. Yeah, shouldn't it be going into that right now? Unless there's a script error. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, he's trying to tell me, but then we got nil. Okay. He's trying to complete his he's trying to call complete and it's not working. So it got to travel completion, then it got to George completion. So it did do travel complete, and it's just stuck there. Okay. So what's the problem in chat? George that's not it. NPC George? There. Wait a minute. Bad argument 2 to chat number expected got nil. So is guiding broken? Guiding. No, guiding is set. It could be the way I pass those variables through the callbacks. Oh, hey, Killaroo. There's Killaroo. Stream sniping. Nice. Hey, Kappa Mangoes. All right. Let me just look at the stack trace. So in travel complete line 31, right? So we're sitting here. We're supposed to load the completion script and then call it with the context. The completion script is something that says NPC guide travel completion. NPC guide travel completion is here, and it's supposed to take the completion routine on guide completion, call this function, and then call the on completion routine again by loading it, which it's doing. It's getting to NPC George completion. It's supposed to be forwarding the context at each step, but for some reason I don't think it's actually making it there. How's the game going? It's okay. We just got bugs here and there. How do you stream snipe code? I don't know. But your Killaroo is logged into my game. You can log in yourself. You can stream snipe all you want. Take your energy. Why would I take your energy? I could take your character and lock him away in a dungeon. Hoya! You're trapped. Or I could rescue you, put you back. Okay. Abuse, I know. I am the game master. All right. Context should be good here, otherwise we wouldn't have gotten that string out. So what the heck? It's this NPC guiding for some reason is not visible through here. It should be 1983. Okay, what? Let me look. What is on guide completion? NPC George completion. I don't get it. I'm doing on load in both places, and one works. That works, but then this doesn't work for some reason. Like the context isn't being passed through correctly. Why is that? The only thing in the middle here is that. what does that do? That sets... Oh, it set it to null. Aha! It's null. So we have to call it before I call travel stopped? Oh, that's a problem because, yeah. Okay, how do I fix this? I guess I can put it in as a second argument. Or I can capture it at the moment that we did the guide. What if I do that? Where was... Yeah, up here. At the top. This, travel completion, right? Ah... Maybe it's even back here I should get it. Narg. That would be in here we could do it. Yeah, I guess I could put it in here. What if I just tunnel the variables I need? Player. Like this. Player. Actually, how do I do that? I need to look up how you forward those ... dots. So I do know JavaScript. This front end of my game is written in JavaScript. But I'm using Lua right now. Yeah, it's in JavaScript. So I use React for the making the DOM, and I'm using Redux for state management, and then this window is drawn in Phaser. So the Phaser I consider one of my middlewares in Redux. So I have a special middleware called Stage.js that handles all the Phaser stuff. And then I have another middleware which handles the WebSocket connection back to the server. And a few other miscellaneous middlewares, but most of this is drawn with React. All right. Yeah, I wanted to look up how okay, let's start with dev docs. I was looking this up earlier and it was a little confusing. It's when you do load, it says if the chunk is a string, then the chunk is this string. Where does it say it specifically? I think it was when I looked up chunks. A unit of compilation of Lua is called a chunk. It's simply a block. It handles a chunk as the body of an anonymous function with a variable number of arguments. As such, chunks can define local variables, receive arguments, and return values. And then I had trouble understanding how that worked, so I remember I did a Google search, Lua, pass arguments to chunk. And I think I was looking up this one, right? Oh no, this is a different answer. Yeah, that was a different answer. How about chunk arguments? Good night, Nui. See you later. What was it? Chunk pass arguments? I forgot what I was looking at before. Was it this one? No. It was load chunk arguments, I think. I wish I had cached the answer. Well, I guess I could play around in the Lua command line just through trial and error, figure it out. So let's do that. That could be fun. Why not? So let's go to the build folder, go to Lua, and just run Lua, and let's set up something that we're going to load. So x is, let's call y with dot, dot, dot. And then we'll have y is a function that takes, I don't know, a and b, and do print a equals dot, dot to string a, dot, dot, comma, space, b equals dot, dot to string b, and then end the print, and then end. So then if I do y1, 2, it's a equals 1, b equals 2. If I do load x and then pass 3 and 4, what does it do? Oh. Okay. Okay, so then the way I've been calling is with a single context argument, but I could pass a second thing. What if I have like z equals y dot dot y dot 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 comma 99 or something. Load z, and then what if I do 1, 2, 3, or 1, yeah, 1, 2, 3, what does that do? Okay, so is it because y took 2 arguments? That's the dot, dot, dot. Oh, no, it's all but the last one when it's at the dot, dot, dot. Hold on. How did that work? So the 1, 2, and 3 fits into the dot, dot, dot by the... We have something that has 1 and 2 in it, and then... No. Fundamentally, why A got the 1 and B got the 99. The 1 came through that, right? What if it's just 1 and 3, or just 1, or no arguments at all? Then it's nil, okay. So it's just taking the first argument, and then I should just look up dot, dot, dot. How do I look that up here? Dot, dot, dot. Var args, maybe? Arguments. Lua var args. Here we go. Oh, you can take the whole thing and put it into a table? It's like the rest argument? Yeah, but Lua lets you do crazy things like putting it first. Anyway, let me see how I would do this then. I'm using dot, dot, dot because I don't know what the argument's name is. If it's just one argument, it works, right? Because like if I do load z 55, then I can attach a second argument and have 2 arguments. What happens if I do that 9, 10, and then I do load z 1, 2? So it really only takes 1 argument slot? The dot, dot, dot? I don't understand it completely, but I only really need 1 argument. So that means if I need, it's this guiding that I can't rely on, right? If I just add another parameter here, player, and then instead of NPC guiding, which is going to be reset, we just put player there, then here I can say this comma player and it should work, I think. Only this needs to feed back into the game in the script for George. So that is this one right here. Save that. Okay, let's try it again. The 3 dots in the parameter list indicate that the function has a variable number of arguments. When this function is called, all its arguments are collected in a single table, which the function accesses as a hidden parameter called arg. Besides those arguments, the arg table has an extra field n with the actual number of arguments. Yeah, that might help. The problem is here, like if I redefine y here, to say like, to add like dot dot and arg equals dot dot to string arg. Now when I do load z1, oh, I do get a table. That didn't work before. That wasn't working in my game for some reason. But you're right. Okay, I'm gonna give you a point, Killaroo. I don't know why it wasn't working before. Let me give you 2 points, since you didn't have a point before. So I could get it as a table. It's just weird that, like, the first argument here does come out. So, like, if I do 2 there, it fits in there. Anyway, I'm confused, but I think this should work, right? I just need to reset George and put him back. So let's... put his anchor back to 0. And remove these. So just undo the state. And remove the guiding. Okay, submit that. So he'll wander back while I'll put my character back up here and wait for him. Oh no, Killaroo. You can wait for George to help you out. He's on his way. Oh no, you're dead. You didn't quite live long enough. But he took care of that slime for you, so if you resurrect now, you can pick up the gold. Alright, so George is back reset. Let's, oh, where's he going? Wait, where is he going? What are you doing, George? Oh, he had a travel thing set. Okay, so I need to undo the travel. Or actually just have it travel back. Travel back to 0, 0, please. George. Add and submit. So here he goes. He's traveling back. No, Killaroo, live. Live long enough for the George to come save you. There he comes. Okay, he's going to thwack that slime first, and then he's going to go back up, kill the other one. And he's back in the base. So let's talk to him. Help. Yes. Here we go. It says follow me. Okay, it's broken. It's not giving me the argument that I thought it would. Bad argument 2 to chat. Number expected got nil. Oh, I didn't do that right. That is nil. I need to actually do this. Dot, dot. Dot, dot, that. The string we construct has to have it baked in because we can't capture it. It's not like a closure. All right. George, sorry that I keep messing you up. Edit, paste, save. Okay, what state is George in now? Is he completely broken? He's trying to travel to 0, 6, but everything's utterly broken. Let's just remove the path, remove pursuing, remove the step, the travel, remove these 5 things here, remove the guiding, put his anchor back to 0, 0, and we should be set now. Let's clear out all these old errors. Okay. Try again. Can you full screen the window? Yeah, it'll just do that. If this is too small and you're on a high density screen, I would suggest you turn the zoom level up like that. The front end right now is not very like flexible as far as screen size. You can't full screen the game window because the rendering system tightly controls how much of the world you can see at once. There's an actual like defined like how many tiles away you can see. And being able to see further just by making the window bigger would be sort of like against the design. It also would be problematic where if some people could see further than others just because they have a bigger monitor. I didn't like to have that kind of thing. Help! Yes, follow me. Here he goes. Okay, cool. So he actually is sending me chat messages that are baked in, so this is good. Alright, let me pick up this gold. So hopefully this will work now. But do you plan to allow full screen in the future? I don't know. I want to make the make it fair for everybody. Oh look, he did the right thing. He said this is the way out, stay safe, and he's traveling back now. Now let me talk to him to have him pause. So now he is held here for a second. So let me look at his state. Okay, he's got a path. He's traveling. Okay, yeah, it looks good. So I'll just follow him back. You love to have the game bigger? The old Ultima games that inspired me had a fixed size screen, right? So you couldn't make it bigger. And if it made it bigger so you can see more, well, a lot of the I know players are going to want to see further, but it's part of the game mechanics that you're limited in how far you can see away, you know? Make the textures, scale the textures larger. Well, can't you do that in your web browser just by holding control and mouse wheel? So I can make it 200% like that. Now it's plenty big. And that'll work for like a denser screen, like or a 4K monitor or something like that. If you're saying like, keep this UI the same but scale this bigger, you'll end up seeing less. If you mean like, let this be increased in size, and it would just be the equivalent of doing that for only that window. Is that what you mean? So like scale up the textures but not scale the rest of the UI with it? Because right now when you control mouse wheel, it scales everything. How is he able to walk on that wall? Oh, I know why. Because he actually is standing on the secret entrance there. So yeah, right now you can just set your browser zoom level to do that, but it scales everything. I'm guessing what you're asking is scaling these textures, but not scaling the rest of the UI. So I could think about how we do that. Yeah, okay. Let me give you a point and put that on my list. It's just ugly that you can't. Wait a minute. It scales the textures. Thought it was just this ugly zoom that you're used to from browsers. Okay, yeah. Let me put your suggestion in my notebook. I think for the full context, I need a couple of these. So, idea, support scaling the graphic textures up, and the context are your messages here. Do you plan to allow full screen in the future? Love to have the game bigger. Can we full screen the window? The whole message, please. Thank you. The game window. There, we got the full context of the conversation. All right. Okay, so his script is working. There's one more thing I want to test, and that the abort works correctly. On abort, what are we doing? I'm not doing anything on abort, am I? I don't actually have an abort. No, I have... wait a minute. Yeah, guide doesn't have an abort. Oh, no, it does. It's the second one, and right now we're assuming a timeout, which says, I'll continue without you then. Right, so I think it should immediately just travel back. And shouldn't say I'll continue without you. This says, what should we say if you don't follow him and he's going to lead you out? George says, you do not wish to follow? I'll just go back then. All right. So let's test that out. So talk to him, say help, yes, follow me. He's going to tap his foot waiting for me. Okay, he went and fought a monster first. Now he's back to waiting for me, and he should give up and tell me I'll just go back then. And he goes back. Sweet. It's working. It's working! Let's check it in. Alright, so this was cleaning up all of the completion of completion stuff, right? Yeah. Let's just check all of this stuff in. So clean up and what? What's the right word here? Clean up and make consistent travel guide callbacks and completion. There we go. Push that. All right. Wow, it's been 4 hours and 47 minutes. I'm streaming longer than I intended, aren't I? I'm like 47 minutes over. Maybe it's about time that I try to find a good stopping point. Did I... Yeah, I finished these ages ago. I'm on overtime. What was I gonna look at? Wasn't there a bug? Oh, there were a few bugs with him seeming to teleport, weren't there? But there might be really hard for me to reproduce. Maybe I should call it and then take a break and work on this sometime later. These guys are wandering around happily. Let's see what Killaroo's up to. Uh-oh, Killaroo got killed there. I can actually heal you. Lua, heal 3011. You live again! You're gonna be attacked though. Should I get ready to heal you again? Heal 3011. There, you live again. I will continuously resurrect you. Maybe I should save you first. Here, we'll pick you up and bring you to safety, and then heal you. Good night, Irishon. You're up really late. Isn't it like 3 or 4 in the morning for you? Well, thanks for watching. Hope you're not going to pull an all-nighter. Killaroo lives again. Would you like some fireworks, Killaroo? I have some limited edition fireworks I can clone for you. There, have some fireworks. It's close to 3? Okay, good night, Irishon. So the way you use these fireworks is you get them in your inventory and use, and then whoosh, boom. Just a special particle effect that we added. I've not figured out how to fight yet. It's sort of broken right now because you have to have one of these swords and it doesn't fit in your equipment slot correctly yet. The attack script searches your general inventory for something marked sword and only then does it apply it. I need to fix that. Yeah, they're sitting right next to you, Killer. Just step to the right and pick it up. That's what that weird looking thing to the right of you is. Yeah, you gotta step on it and hit G, or press the get key. I know, it's a little bit funny. I was thinking about maybe get should be the same as look. Oh, you launched some fireworks. Yay! Limited edition. I could work on fixing the inventory stuff. Where is that stuff? That's in the combat. Yes, this stuff. This is the obsolete stuff that looks in your general inventory for something marked sword. Instead, we should be looking to see... Well, we need to make the weapons correctly so that they'll fit into the character's main hand. And then we should be looking at the character's main hand in the combat routine to pick the weapon out. I need to have both of those at the same time. It's going to take me too long to do that, so maybe I'll end the stream here and do this next week, or for the weekend. Yeah, it's probably a good stopping point. So let me go find someone to raid. Actually, I also need to disconnect from the backend server by console. All right, we've done that. And how long has the cat been there and I haven't had him on camera? I don't know, but he's been up there and I forgot to turn the camera on. Stream's not loading. I'm here. Not dropping frames right now. All right. Time for me to find someone else, I think. I don't know. Tim's still going. I guess we can rate him. Working again. Nice. Okay, Tim's still up. I don't know how long he's going to be there, but I just got 12-month sub anniversary. Before I hit the button, I think I'm going to raid him. So we'll hit him with a raid and we'll hit him with a resub. Sounds good to me. Tim Bodette is another game dev who's working on his own game engine and game in C++. So we're going to go say hi to him, all right? And hopefully I see you guys next week. It was very nice to be streaming for you. I hope you guys have an awesome weekend. And please enjoy Tim's stream. I don't know how long he's going to be streaming for, but let's raid him before he can escape me. Ha ha ha. I hit the button. All right. I will catch you guys later. Have a great weekend. Thank you, everybody. Take it easy. Bye.